The House will be in order. The chair lays before the House a communication from the Speaker.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., March 22, 2024. I hereby appoint the Honorable David G. Valadao to act as Speaker pro tempore on this day. Signed, Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? Today, O Lord, in all that we face, in the decisions that are made, whether we turn to the right or to the left, may we listen for your voice behind us, saying, "This is the way, walk in it." And when we hear your voice, may we not harden our hearts. Let every one of us be quick to hear, but also slow to speak. More importantly, let us be slow to anger. Remind us that our heated opinions, our rancor, do not produce the righteousness you desire. Then when the day is over, when we have done our part in our service to your people, when we have exhausted our energies and left it all on the table, sanctify our labors. We pray your blessing over all that we have completed and your intercession in the things we have left undone. Grant us your mercy in our failures and the fruit of your perfect will in our achievements. Lord, keep watch ever over us as we seek to serve you, our communities, and our nation. In your most holy name we pray. Amen.
The chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceedings and announces to the House approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands as approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Ms. Dean.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The chair will entertain up to 5 requests for 1-minute speeches on each side of the aisle. Purpose, the gentleman from Guam seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise to recognize and celebrate the 70th anniversary of a local TV station in my district, KUAM News. KUAM has been broadcasting locally since 1954, providing the community with accurate and timely news coverage on local events, crime, education, and more. They have been trustworthy and a reliable news service for many of my constituents. This confidence was earned through the shedding light on important stories that may have otherwise gone unnoticed and giving a voice to those in need. Aside from its news coverage, KUAM has demonstrated excellence in the community service. As an integral part of their mission, KUAM actively engages in charity drives and initiatives aimed at raising awareness for causes across the island. Happy 70th anniversary, KUAM, and may you have many more years of being one of Guam's trusted news sources. Biba KUAM. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, this Women's History Month, I wanted to recognize 2 remarkable local entrepreneurs who are reimagining family farming with style, smarts, and sisterhood. Haley and Stephanie Painter run Painterland Farms, a 4th-generation regenerative organic dairy farm in Tioga County, Pennsylvania. And like so many other farmers, the Painter family agricultural livelihoods were threatened by a dwindling market. Yet with grit and creativity, they found a new way to connect their Pennsylvania small business to a big audience. Guided by their mission to help people understand their food sources, quote, to know your farmer, Haley and Stephanie created Painterland Sisters Organic Skier Yogurt in 2020. Their yogurt and their story now reaches far beyond our Commonwealth. In fact, Painterland Sisters is in all 50 states. In recognition for their work, Haley and Stephanie were honored by the Forbes 30 Under 30 in 2024 and were recently awarded Emerging Entrepreneurs of the Year at the National Products Expo West. And still, the Painter sisters are more than just businesswomen. They are environmental activists dedicated to feeding communities and leaving the Commonwealth better for the next generation. Not to mention, their yogurt is delicious. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House floor for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, after years of exceptional drought, California is in a second consecutive wet year. Every major reservoir in our state is above a 15-year average, and our snowpack in the Sierra is at more than 100% of average for this time of year. This is all good news. But even with the current abundance of water, the south of Delta farmers are still not allocated 100% of the water they contract and pay for. This is unacceptable. Central Valley project contractors rely on meaningful allocations from the Bureau of Reclamation for their yearly planning, including the types of crops they'll plant and when. California grows a quarter of the nation's food, and these allocations are critical to the fate of our nation's food supply. My farmers and communities have endured disproportionately low water allocations for many years, while contractors receiving well below their contracted supply even during wet years. I urge Reclamation to increase these allocations for south of Delta water contractors to reflect the record year that we are surviving in right now. Our ability to grow food for the nation will not survive without reliable water supply for south of Delta agriculture. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Kentucky seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate Louisville's own Simmons College Lady Falcons on their first ever Division II Women's College Basketball National Championship. They defeated the Toccoa Falls Screaming Eagles 79-70, bringing a national championship trophy to Louisville's only HBCU for the first time ever. And get this is only the second year that Simmons College has even had a women's basketball team. What an incredible feat, and what a great legacy they've started in just 2 years. Congratulations to head coach Earl Ruffin, who was named the Regional Coach of the Year for his success in leading the Lady Falcons to victory. And congratulations to Simmons sophomore Morgan Defoe, who scored 30 points in the championship game and was named a first-team All-American. Congrats and thank you to our Lady Falcons for making all of us proud. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
The House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, the 7 young men who lost their lives in the 2018 crash of Jolly 5-1 in western Iraq deserve Purple Hearts. 4 of the 7 were based out of the 106th Rescue Wing in West Hampton Beach in my district on Long Island. 2 of those 4 raised in my district. Master Sergeant Christopher Grusso of Huntington and Staff Sergeant Deshaun Briggs of Riverhead. For years now, the men of Jolly 5-1 have been denied Purple Hearts by the Air Force, despite efforts by my predecessor and me. After having the privilege of speaking at a memorial service last week to honor the 6th anniversary of the crash, I am here today to recommit to the families of the men of Jolly 5-1 that I will do everything in my power to ensure they are posthumously awarded Purple Hearts. They gave their lives in action against the enemy of the United States, and posthumously awarding each of these 7 brave men a Purple Heart is the very least we can do. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Purpose of the gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Palmer, seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 1085, I call up the bill H.R. 1023 as amended and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 17, H.R. 1023. A bill to repeal Section 134 of the Clean Air Act relating to the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1085, the amendment in the nature of the substitute consisting of the text of the rules, Committee Print 11826 is adopted, and the bill as amended is considered read. The bill as amended shall be debatable for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee of Energy and Commerce or their respective designees. The gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Palmer, and the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone, will each control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Palmer.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks on the legislation and to insert extraneous material on H.R. 1023.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
I rise in support of H.R. 1023, the Cutting Green Corruption and Taxes Act. Currently, nearly 20 million American households are behind on paying their utility bills, and families are struggling to put food on the table. These issues directly stem from the expensive and misguided energy policies put in place by the Biden administration and congressional Democrats with their Inflation Reduction Act, or as I call it, the Income Reduction Act. Thankfully, H.R. 1023 is an important step toward addressing 2 of the many problems with the IRA. The IRA created a $27 billion greenhouse gas reduction fund within the EPA. This is nothing more than a slush fund with little to no oversight to fund climate activists, green groups, and Democrat political allies that do little to impact the climate. If my colleagues really wanted to help the American people, especially people on low or fixed incomes, they would focus on unleashing American energy and expanding access to natural gas. Affordable and reliable American energy, not a $27 billion slush fund for Democrat special interest groups, will bring economic opportunity to the American people. Despite natural gas being a critical component for food production and many other products we take for granted, the Democrats' IRA placed a tax on it. This tax has made energy less affordable for Americans already struggling under the weight of inflation. Thankfully, Representative August Pfluger's hard work to repeal the detrimental natural gas tax is included in this bill. I've said it before and I'll say it again, energy security is national security. Sadly, the Biden administration and Democrats' attacks on American energy makes us more dependent on China, Russia, and foreign adversaries. Passing H.R. 1023 will be a major step toward undoing their misguided policies. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Alabama reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. I rise in strong opposition to H.R. 1023, legislation that repeals the Methane Emissions Reduction Program and the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund, 2 landmark programs included in the Inflation Reduction Act. Now, these 2 programs work to slash dangerous climate pollution and invest in communities across the country, all while lowering the deficit. The bill is nothing more than another shameless giveaway to Republicans' corporate polluter friends at the American people's expense. What's more, this is the 3rd time Republicans have brought bills to repeal these programs to the House floor. Clearly, my Republican colleagues are struggling to come up with new ideas and resorting to the same tired old stunts that we've all come to expect. H.R. 1023 is more of the same. It's the latest in a long line of politicized attempts to reverse course on climate action and reject the historic progress Democrats made towards securing a cleaner, stronger future. And make no mistake, the progress Democrats delivered with the Inflation Reduction Act was historic. It finally put us on track to meet our climate goals, and at the same time has already created more than 271,000 new good-paying clean energy jobs right here at home. These are jobs for electricians, construction workers, mechanics, and technicians that can't be shipped overseas. And of course, more than half of these jobs and clean energy projects are in districts represented by my Republican colleagues who are right now fighting to take them away. It's just unconscionable, and it defies logic. The United States now experiences a $1 billion or more extreme weather event every 3 weeks, and that's unprecedented in our nation's history. And it underscores just how critical it is that we reduce greenhouse gas pollution and invest in the clean energy jobs that will carry our economy into the future. But Republicans flat out refuse to hold polluters accountable for the damages that they cause. Instead, they are doubling down on their polluters over people agenda with this bill that repeals the methane emissions reduction program. And this program provides incentives to drive down methane pollution, one of the most dangerous and potent greenhouse gases. Methane pollution is responsible for a whole host of health risks and a full third of the warming that we experience today. Now, we're likely to hear false claims from Republicans that this is a tax. I've already heard that from my colleague, but it's not a tax. It simply ensures that polluters, not the American people, pay for the methane pollution that they cause. It corrects a market failure that currently makes it cheaper for owners and operators to waste methane rather than install or upgrade equipment to prevent leaks and flaring. And these are real problems because leaked and intentionally wasted natural gas never makes its way to customers, but they are nevertheless stuck with the bill. The methane emissions reduction program fixes that and ensures that consumers no longer pay for wasted energy or the harm that it causes. And of course, companies can avoid paying the waste emission charge altogether by not wasting methane. Wasted methane is bad for business, it's bad for Americans, and it's bad for the climate. And H.R. 1023 would allow this waste to continue to go unchecked. The methane emissions reduction program also complements the Biden administration's actions to slash methane pollution from the oil and gas sector, and the international community is following suit. Last year, I was at the COP28, and countries around the world committed to accelerating their efforts to control this dangerous pollution. This was the climate conference held in Dubai. And their commitments were possible from other countries because of the United States leadership in addressing methane here at home. And that's why Republican efforts to undermine methane protection are so dangerous as well. The Republican agenda compromises America's global leadership and threatens our global competitiveness. So the bottom line is that if we move ahead and try to reduce methane and recycle it, if you will, then other countries will follow suit. Also, the methane emissions reduction program brings in funds that benefit the American people. So how are Republicans paying for the repeal of the methane program? They're repealing another key inflation reduction program, the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund. They're using that to pay for the loss of funding for the federal government from the methane emissions reduction program. So the other fund that they repeal, the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund, invests $27 billion to mobilize financing to address the climate crisis, lower Americans' energy bills, promote job creation, and revitalize our community. It's a direct investment in the communities we're here to represent, and this Republican bill takes those investments away. So when the Biden administration right now is hard at work establishing this Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund, and they're going, various nonprofits, states, and local governments have submitted applications for funding, for grants for their projects. And Republican efforts to repeal the fund at this stage of the implementation process is robbing our communities of the money that they need and deserve to grow our middle class, create new jobs, and protect our families from the most catastrophic impacts of the climate crisis. This is sort of like a green bank. In other words, a lot of towns, states, nonprofits can't get money from regular financing to finance clean energy projects, and so we're helping them with this green bank or greenhouse gas reduction fund. So, Mr. Speaker, H.R. 1023, the bill on the floor, is a failed proposal that will never become law and helps absolutely no one except the worst corporate polluters. Big oil and gas don't need more help. They get plenty of help from tax exemptions. But the American people need some help. They need some help in moving towards clean energy, in reducing all these weather catastrophes that we have, and creating new jobs. And that's what we're doing. So don't let that all stop because of the Republicans' ideological effort here today to say that we don't need these things. We do need them. And that's why I encourage all of my colleagues to join me in opposing this bill. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from New Jersey reserves. The gentlelady from Washington controls the time and is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 1023, the Cutting Green Corruption and Taxes Act. I want to thank the bill's sponsor, Congressman Gary Palmer of Alabama, and the members of the Energy and Commerce Committee for advancing this bill through regular order. The U.S. has been blessed with tremendous natural resources, which we've been able to harness as a result of free market principles and an entrepreneurial spirit that is uniquely American. We've harnessed the power of nuclear energy, electrified millions of rural Americans' homes with clean hydropower, and ushered in the shale revolution, which continues to create millions of new jobs, bring manufacturing back to the U.S., and revitalize communities across our nation. As a result, America is more energy secure today than ever before. This legacy is under threat. Since day one, President Biden has been taking steps to shut down American energy. On the first day in office, he ended the Keystone XL pipeline. He's actively taking steps to ban gas stoves and liquefied natural gas exports, tear down hydropower dams, force electric vehicle mandates on Americans, and impose a tax on natural gas. His so-called Inflation Reduction Act provided the EPA with tens of billions of dollars, taxpayer dollars, to launder to extreme liberal special interest allies who will ultimately make us more reliant on China by forcing Americans to rely on cheap Chinese batteries and solar panels manufactured with slave labor and the worst environmental standards on the planet. H.R. 1023 is an important step toward ending the president's radical rush to green agenda. It repeals the EPA's $27 billion Green Bank slush fund and its recently proposed natural gas tax. The EPA doesn't want Congress or the American public to know how they're spending hard-earned taxpayer dollars and the way that they want to give tens of billions of dollars to radical environmentalists in secret. This legislation will also repeal the EPA's recent proposed natural gas tax. This tax drives up the cost on everything, from our grocery bills to our energy bills. It will force good-paying American jobs overseas and make us more dependent on foreign energy sources. I strongly support H.R. 1023, the Cutting Green Corruption and Taxes Act, which promotes American energy leadership and security, something that is vital to building on our legacy of improving lives, helping lift people out of poverty, and raising the standard of living across the country and the world. I encourage all of my colleagues to join me in voting yes on this important bill, and I reserve.
The gentlelady from Washington reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 5 minutes now to a member of our committee, the gentleman from California, Mr. Peters.
The gentleman from California is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to oppose H.R. 1023, which would not only repeal the EPA's common sense fee on methane pollution, but would also eliminate over $1 billion of financial and technical assistance for small and medium oil and gas producers to reduce their methane emissions. The bill also repeals tens of billions of dollars for local communities to make smart investments in the clean energy technologies of the future. It's so frustrating that during so-called Energy Week, House Republicans are not focusing on how we can lower consumer costs, combat the climate crisis, or protect public health. Instead, we're taking the time to vote on whether strong regulations on methane emissions are even necessary, or if we should invest in American energy at all, regardless of whether it is cleaner oil and gas or accessible renewable energy. Addressing methane emissions, particularly fugitive methane emissions, is one of the most important steps we can take to combat the climate crisis, and there is across-the-board recognition that we need to do more to get methane emissions under control. Additionally, the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund will expand access for financing for clean energy projects across the country, helping American families and businesses create good-paying jobs, reduce pollution, and lower costs. Last Congress, House Democrats were proud to advance legislation that reduces methane emissions from the oil and natural gas industry, incentivizes the adoption of clean energy technologies, and delivers significant economic and public health benefits. We can't let the House Republicans drag us into the past. Now, look, I understand that no program is perfect, so let's talk about how to make it better. But instead of coming up with ways to make these programs better, Republicans cannot help but think of ways to make them worse or eliminate them entirely. For this reason, at the appropriate time, I will offer a motion to recommit this bill back to the committee. If House rules permitted, I would have offered the motion with an important amendment to this bill, and that amendment would ensure that this bill would not go into effect until the Secretary of Energy determines that it would not increase energy prices. I ask unanimous consent to insert into the record the text of this amendment, and I hope my colleagues will join me in voting for the motion to recommit. And I yield back.
The gentleman from New Jersey reserves. The gentlelady from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Guthrie.
The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of H.R. 1023. This legislation cuts President Biden's $27 billion Green New Deal slush fund. In a hearing, I asked the administration witness if any of this money could go indirectly to China. He could not definitively say no. This bill also repeals EPA's proposed natural gas tax, which would increase costs for Americans, kill jobs across the country, and undermine our national security. And if you think those are just words, I encourage my friends across the aisle to look at Europe and see what is going on there today. All of those have come true. I am committed to ensuring Kentuckians have access to affordable, reliable, American-made energy and keeping taxpayer dollars out of the hands of the Communist Party of China. I thank my friend from Alabama for his leadership on this issue. I thank my friend from Washington, the chair, for yielding. I encourage my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back.
I reserve.
The gentlelady from Washington reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 5 minutes now to the gentlewoman from Michigan, a member of the committee, Ms. Dingell.
The gentleman from Michigan is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in strong opposition to H.R. 1023, the so-called Cutting Green Corruption and Taxes Act. Republicans have yet again brought another bill to the floor looking to deceive and mislead the American people and attempting to repeal the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund and the Methane Emissions Reduction Program. The Greenhouse Reduction Fund was established by the Inflation Reduction Act, inspired by legislation I championed. The program leverages the expertise and existing models of community lenders across the nation, including in my home state of Michigan. Revoking this program is misguided. To my colleagues who want to dismantle this program, I will just say that when we did this in Michigan, at the state level a number of years ago, everybody screamed and yelled, but it worked, and energy costs went down. Investing in clean energy and the survival of our environment is something we all need to be working on together. We have a moral responsibility, and it's a great economic opportunity. Republicans continue to attack any investment like this, but we need to be investing in American families and manufacturers and work to address the climate crisis. I myself am tired of once every 100-year storms every year. We saw the Canadian fires in the Great Lakes region last year. People couldn't breathe, had asthma for weeks. Today, it's snowing in Michigan. It was 70 degrees in Michigan last week. Global climate is real if you're just opening your eyes and watching what's happening. We've got to level the playing field because China is beating us. We're in a global marketplace, If we do not invest in this country, we are abandoning ourselves. I want our country to succeed. The Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund will help clean energy financing be more accessible to low-income and underserved communities that have for far too long carried the brunt of environmental pollution. It will help us attack the climate crisis head-on. It will create jobs while lowering energy costs. Let me tell you something. I'm not going to cede our leadership in innovation and technology to anyone, anybody, anywhere. And we are going to outdo China. That's our responsibility as legislators, to protect this country. We have a responsibility to compete. I've worked hard to ensure that the dollars from this fund support projects that would not be built otherwise, and ensuring that these investments are additive, not duplicating other efforts. We have to make sure that these dollars are spent the right way. I know Republicans want to see the EPA and the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund fail. I would beg my colleagues to work with us to make sure that this program is implemented effectively. I ask them not to bet against it. And I'd say give it the chance before trying to defund it, before any dollars have gone out the door. Blocking EPA from doing its work is no way to lead. And that's why it's vital to my colleagues to oppose this bill. And I'm going to give you a couple other factoids since I have another minute. And since 2021, in terms of private investments for electric vehicle and battery manufacturing, the U.S. went from lagging China to leading the world, and that's where we need to be. Since 2021, more than $160 billion of private capital has been committed to boost U.S. capacity to make electric vehicles and batteries, and more than 200,000 jobs have been announced. Since 2021, 15 gigafactories have been commissioned to make batteries in the U.S., and for just the chargers alone, 40 facilities are now being set up, enough to produce 1 million chargers per year here in the United States of America. NADA, the National Dealers Association, estimates that electric vehicle drivers save an average of $5,000 on fuel over 5 years. It's no surprise that nearly 7 in 10 Americans now report being interested in buying or leasing an electric vehicle for their next car. Data from Cox Automotive shows that electric sales are increasing 4 times faster than any other segment of the market. And available models now number over 114. They've nearly doubled. So my friends, if you want to keep this country competitive, we need to oppose this bill. I cede our leadership to no one. Thank you.
Gentleman from New Jersey reserves. The gentlelady from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. One serious contender for a share of this $14 billion is Power Forward Communities. This new entity, which has been formed to secure a Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund award, is a coalition of several organizations, including Rewiring America. Rewiring America's leadership includes former Obama White House appointee, a former employee of liberal political action committees and Democratic politician Stacey Abrams. Rewiring America is a project of the Windward Fund, which is controlled by Arabella Advisors. Arabella Advisors funnels donations to various left-leaning nonprofits. To give another example, the board of another applicant, the Coalition for Green Capital, includes former Biden administration officials and former senior staffer of the Democratic National Committee. This includes David Haynes, a former senior official of the President Biden's White House Climate Policy Office, who was central to advancing President Biden's climate agenda. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to yield 2 minutes to the chairman of our Energy, Climate, and Grid Security Subcommittee, Mr. Duncan.
So the gentleman from South Carolina is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the gentlelady from Washington, our chairwoman of the full Energy and Commerce Committee. And I rise in support of H.R. 1023, the Cutting the Green Corruption and Taxes Act. By repealing the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund, H.R. 1023 protects taxpayers from waste, fraud, and abuse. You know, this bill would repeal and rescind the $27 billion Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund, commonly referred to as EPA's Green Bank. which was originally enacted in the Inflation Reduction Act, this is nearly 3 times the amount of funding EPA received in their 2023 budget. Now, it's completely outside the scope of the EPA's mission, and they don't have the capacity nor the expertise to manage a $27 billion climate bank. They're not a financial institution. Even worse, they are funding projects that benefit China. Solar panels, EVs, wind turbines, they all have supply chains tied to the Chinese Communist Party. In addition to repealing the Green Bank, this bill will also repeal the natural gas tax. This tax is especially troubling for small and independent oil and gas producers who will not be able to afford to maintain their operations. This tax comes in addition to a suite of methane regulations that creates a structure unworkable for small and mid-sized companies. There are about 9,000 independent oil and gas producers in the United States. 4,000, and the gentlelady that just spoke in Michigan, 75% will go out of business in the state of Michigan if the methane tax stays in effect. These companies are not big oil. On average, they employ just 12 people, and the methane regulations, including this natural gas tax, would crush these producers. But that's the goal, isn't it, of the Biden administration and the left, to end U.S. oil and gas production, use taxpayer money to prop up their climate special interest. In fact, we said yesterday, President Biden got on an airplane, Air Force One, flew to Saudi Arabia to beg the Saudis and OPEC to increase their fossil fuel production, while at the same time killing U.S. fossil fuel production. It's not that they don't like fossil fuels, because he went to Saudi Arabia to beg for more. He just doesn't like fossil fuels produced in this country. We've got to stop the madness and increase American energy independence, and with that, I yield back.
Gentlelady from Washington reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 3 minutes now to the gentleman from Illinois.
The gentleman from Illinois is recognized for 3 minutes.
I'd first just remind my colleagues that Donald Trump called the Saudis and said, please do everything you can to raise the oil price because gasoline is so cheap, and they did. Thanks all. Appreciate keeping the gas price up. In the words of a great American, I regret that I have but 3 minutes to explain all the stupidity in this bill, so I'm just going to focus on the methane emissions reduction plan for now. Nobody really understands methane out there in the public, so let's just put this in terms folks understand. I want to imagine that you live in a town that's got 2 dairies. They take cow milk and they turn it into downstream products. One of them makes milk, they make cream, they make half and half, they make 2%. Productive plant, they don't waste anything, they got good jobs, they grow the American economy. The one next door says, we're just making 2%. We're going to throw all the cream away. We're going to throw all the half and half away. We're going to pour it in the river, and the town's going to stink to high heavens of sour milk. You can't swim in the water. And by the way, we're not making much money because we're throwing away all our product. Now let's imagine that the government came in and said, we want both of these businesses to be competitive. We want workers in both of those plants to have good jobs and a good future. And so we're going to provide you with the capital to capture that cream so you can sell it, so you can stop polluting, so you can make more money. And then let's imagine that one political party said, how dare you cry over spilled milk? Spill the damn milk. We want to keep pouring that cream in the river, and we want to keep this factory open so they can keep spilling cream, wasting money. That is what this bill does. It says to a gas pipeline company that is leaking methane, the thing they sell, rather than give you the ability to sell more, rather than help you stop polluting, we want to protect your right to be a bad citizen, to be uncompetitive, so we can drive more business to China because our gas is going to be too expensive. We're going to spill all ours. This bill is so stupid. If you love pollution, if you hate capitalism, if you hate competitive American businesses, vote for this bill. But don't be stupid. Let's get back to real work. Yield back.
The gentleman from New Jersey reserves. The gentleman from South Carolina now controls the time and is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, we're showing how misguided this $27 billion green bank is, and a gentleman from Pennsylvania knows about fossil fuel production and what this would mean to the great state of Pennsylvania that produces a lot of energy. I'd like to yield 1.5 minutes to the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Dr. Joyce.
The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized for 1.5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the gentleman for yielding, who is our chair of the Energy Subcommittee. Mr. Speaker, taxing methane emissions is a backward and impractical way to combat pollution. Instead of encouraging investments in new infrastructure and support of the energy producers, the Biden administration has chosen to introduce more red tape and bureaucracy into our energy industry by taxing methane emissions. Despite what President Biden, despite what my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, and despite what liberals in California might believe, we cannot tax our way into lower emissions. It's time to remove the methane tax that has only caused energy prices to rise while doing very little to protect our environment and to protect our communities. The natural gas produced by our adversaries are not subjected to these taxes. If American producers are going to be able to innovate and produce the energy that we need, then it is time for Congress to act. I urge all of my colleagues to support this legislation and to support American energy. Thank you, and I yield.
The gentleman from South Carolina reserves. The gentleman from North New Jersey is recognized.
We're going to reserve right now, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman from New Jersey reserves. The gentleman from South Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to yield 1.5 minutes to the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Allen.
The gentleman from Georgia is recognized for 1.5 minutes.
Thank you to my friend from South Carolina. Thank you for yielding the time. I rise today in support of H.R. 1023, the Cutting Green Corruption and Taxes Act, which I'm a proud co-sponsor. The Biden administration established a Green New Deal slush fund at the EPA to the tune of $27 billion in taxpayer money. Let me be clear. My constituents in Georgia's 12th district are sick and tired of their hard-earned tax dollars contributing to this administration's radical rush to green agenda, especially while prices at the pump remain a top concern for American families. During Energy Week, House Republicans are passing legislation to stop President Biden's war on American energy. And I emphasize, the Democrats want to end fossil fuel as we know it. H.R. 23 would rescind the EPA's $27 billion greenhouse gas reduction fund and repeal the administration's disastrous proposed natural gas tax. In doing so, we can reduce the budget deficit, reduce the size and scope of the federal government, and ensure energy costs for Americans do not further escalate. Let me be clear. Every 100 days, we're borrowing $1 trillion. This is common sense. It should be an easy vote for every member in this body, and I encourage support of H.R. 1023, and with that, I yield back.
Gentleman from South Carolina reserves. Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Madam Speaker, can I ask how much time remains on each side?
New Jersey has 14 minutes remaining. South Carolina has 18 minutes.
Okay. At this time, I'd yield 5 minutes to the gentlewoman from Florida, who is the ranking member of our Oversight and Investigations Subcommittee and was previously the chair of the Select Committee on Climate Change. The gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Castor.
The gentlewoman from Florida is recognized for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to our ranking member of the Energy and Commerce Committee. You know, I was listening into the debate on the floor this morning, and there's so much doom and gloom. There's too much of it. I believe in America. I believe that we do have the power to solve big problems. And the good news is that the historic clean energy law passed by Democrats and signed by President Biden in the last Congress is working. Already, since we passed that new Inflation Reduction Act, which is our historic clean energy and climate law, there have been enormous job gains across the country. Over 523 clean energy projects across America. It's created about 210 clean energy jobs. Most of these jobs are going to working class areas, many Republican states, many Republican districts lifting them up. It's motivated about over $300 billion in private capital to come and boost communities, boost clean energy manufacturing. And I know that we're on a track to meeting our clean energy goals so that we can avoid the very costly impacts of our climate crisis. There is a different point of view on the other side of the aisle, let's be honest. There is a very clear contrast. And just look at what the GOP members here have focused on during their Dirty Energy Week.
From the Arctic Refuge to the Gulf of Mexico, where I live, Republicans have made clear their intent to sell out America's public lands and wildlife refuges to the shareholders of big oil. On Wednesday, they passed a resolution that did nothing but celebrate fracking on public lands. And even in our committee this week, Mr. Pallone knows, we had this crazy debate where the Republicans passed bills that essentially reached into the pocketbooks of Americans and to take pennies and dollars out of their pocketbooks because they passed bills, and I hope they're not coming to the floor, to rescind energy efficiency initiatives for our home appliances. Manufacturers agree they can innovate better, and homeowners sure want more money back into their pocket when they buy a new air conditioner or refrigerator. So they're really taking us backwards. And yesterday they passed an absurd resolution criticizing President Biden for not opening up more public lands and waters to drilling. And today's Republicans, their polluters over people agenda continues the debate because they want to rescind our new Green Climate Bank, our Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund, which is a historic, important element of the Inflation Reduction Act and everything we want to do on clean energy. We all know that sometimes there's a barrier in an upfront cost to installing solar or purchasing that battery. This new fund will help motivate private capital to erase those barriers. It's going to help working class communities especially invest in solar power. That's great news for people who live in the Sunshine State, my neighbors. And it's going to open up all sorts of new, cleaner, cheaper energy options. These clean energy projects will support families and businesses across America who are eager to find relief from exorbitant electric bills. They'll slash harmful air pollution and help communities better withstand these extreme weather events by utilizing battery storage systems. Although all of these investments are wildly popular, Republicans still oppose these investments in America, these real solutions to lower bills, to create jobs, to build safer, healthier communities. Why? Because community-led clean energy projects aren't on the balance sheet for fossil fuel donors. So I urge my colleagues, let's move forward. Believe in America like we do. Buy America, build America, invest in our communities, invest in our neighbors, help them lower electric bills. I urge you to protect the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund, our historic clean energy, Green Climate Bank, and ensure that all Americans can reap the savings and the benefits of clean air and cleaner, cheaper energy. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman from South Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, we pointed out yesterday that Americans are paying more for transportation fuels than they were just a few short years ago before the Biden administration started its war on energy. They're paying higher utility bills because green energy projects are costing more and driving up utility rates. If anybody watched the debate that she mentioned, the gentlelady from Florida mentioned a minute ago, in our committee this week, they will see that we need to build out a pipeline infrastructure to deliver resources, produce American resources, deliver those resources, utilize those resources, and export. There is energy poverty in the world, not just in the United States, but globally, and we can help that with exporting more U.S.-produced, cleaner-burning natural gas. Georgia's been leading on this issue, and here's another representative from Georgia. I'd like to yield 2 minutes to Mr. Carter.
Georgia is recognized for 2 minutes.
Well, thank you, gentlemen, for yielding. And Madam Speaker, I rise today in support of my friend, Mr. Palmer, from Alabama's bill. As my colleagues have said, this bill primarily does two things. First of all, it repeals and it rescinds the EPA's $27 billion greenhouse gas reduction fund. Now, folks, $27 billion is a significant amount of money, especially for an agency like, in this case, EPA, that's never operated a program like this. This money also has a requirement that it be spent in just the next couple of years. That's the opposite of fiscal responsibility. Who gives people money and says you got to spend it in this amount of time? EPA's Office of Inspector General has noted that the combination of such large amounts of money in a short timeline to use it may lead to fraud, waste, and abuse, including being used by Chinese entities. Consider the fact that U.S. emissions are already dropping and our solar, EV, and other industries are rapidly growing with plenty of incentives. Why would we risk or waste taxpayer dollars? Eliminating the EPA's Green Bank Slush Fund will reduce the budget deficit, protect against government corruption, and stop China from receiving American taxpayer dollars. Secondly, this bill will also repeal the EPA's proposed natural gas tax, which would increase energy costs for Americans and undermine U.S. manufacturing. This move will hinder our energy independence and competitiveness. This administration continues to punish Americans for their own success while failing to address the most damaging actor on the global stage, and that is China. Taking a look at the past 20 years, even if the U.S., EU, and Japan had cut all of their emissions by half, and India had stayed stagnant, China alone polluted enough to cause a global increase in emissions. My colleagues may say that China will follow our leadership. If that was the case, why are their emissions increasing while ours are decreasing? Forgive me if I don't take seriously an administration that punishes Americans while doing nothing to compete with a country with emissions that are 80% higher than the U.S. and EU combined. I support this bill. I urge my colleagues to support it to tackle the real energy problems we face globally, and I yield back.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 3 minutes now to the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Caston.
Gentleman from Illinois is recognized for 3 minutes.
I'd like to thank the chairman for granting me more time because there's still so much silliness left in this bill. I want to shift now to the elimination of the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund. Let's talk about what this program does. This program helps to pay for projects that reduce climate pollution, help grow energy independence, lower energy bills, and revitalize communities that otherwise would not be funded. So what does that mean? These are projects that are good projects that help people out, but they struggle to get capital. So maybe it's an inner city school that would like to put solar panels on the roof, cut their energy bills, lower their pollution, but they're not in a town that can afford to raise the bond to do that. Maybe it's an Appalachian coalfield Superfund site that would like to build a green space and grow their community, help attract capital, but they're struggling to get money. Maybe it's a rural area that needs an EV bus program to reduce pollution, but you could never justify private money investing there, but it helps out the local folks. So all of those projects, I could go on, but what do they have in common? They'd lower greenhouse gas emissions. They'd put more money in the pockets of local communities we all represent. They would help the neediest among us. They'd create local jobs, and most importantly, they're cheaper than fossil energy. And I get it. That's a real problem for my colleagues across the aisle. Natural gas industry wants the price of energy to be expensive because that's how they make money. As I mentioned before, during COVID, April 2020, Donald Trump called the Saudis and said, "You guys, I'm going to take troops out of your country unless you cut oil production because our oil industry is hurting," and they did it. That's what you did. I don't remember anybody saying, "Boy, we should call the Saudis and do the other" when the price of oil went up. I understand what you're rooting for. So why do you want to defund that program? I don't know. Maybe you're concerned that energy is just too damn cheap. Maybe you think that unemployment is too low and we'd like to, I don't know, help your party win the next election. Maybe you just misremembered that speech. It doesn't say blessed are the powerful. It doesn't say blessed are the polluters. It doesn't say blessed are the least meek. I don't know why you're doing it. Ask you guys. But for goodness sake, in the meantime, vote no if you care about making sure that pollution goes down, energy prices go down, and the American people win. Yield back.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from South Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, this $27 billion green bank will benefit China, so it seems like the Biden administration and House Democrats support China over the American people. Somebody that knows energy from the great state of Texas, from the Permian Basin, my friend Mr. Pfluger, I'd like to yield as much time as he can consume.
Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague, Mr. Duncan. I thank the chair, Ms. McMorris-Rodgers, and I appreciate the leadership of Gary Palmer on this particular legislation, H.R. 1023, the Cutting Green Corruption and Taxes Act. You know, as we sit here and listen to this debate, it's been pretty amusing. The reason we're here is because the American public is sick and tired of the games. The veil has been lifted. They know the facts. Affordability and reliability are the most important things. And we'll get to the facts about the actual emissions that have been cut. But let's just start with the fact that this natural gas tax is unworkable. It was included despite never being considered, never being talked about with stakeholders in places like the Permian Basin, where I represent. There was never expert testimony that talked about how to work this in. You know, instead of looking at emissions holistically, the natural gas tax was based on the single premise that if reliable energy is taxed, less of it will be produced. Ask the American public if they're for that. You know, especially as the EPA rolls out proposed rules to implement the natural gas tax, it is clear that we have to take action. There are dozens of rules that they're rolling out. When you talk to the directors of the EPA, when they have come before Congress this year, they don't even know how they're going to implement this. They haven't talked to stakeholders. Why have they not been to the Permian Basin? Not a single person from the EPA has come to the largest producing area to see what we're doing, to see that in the last 12 to 15 years that we have increased production by 300 or 400% from 1 million barrels a day to over 5 million barrels. And, oh, by the way, we've reduced methane intensity by over 70%. Why can't Administrator Regan or Director Nance or Mr. Goffman come to the Permian Basin and see what we've done? Not because the government has told them to do it, because it makes economic sense, because they're doing it from a business sense. That's what you're not going to hear from my colleagues on the left. They're being driven from a radical environmental activist position that doesn't represent what the country wants or needs. You know, I was pleased to host Speaker Johnson in Midland, Texas this week to kick off Energy Week. And the Speaker had the chance to meet with industry experts, people that know this business, people that have cut the emissions, people who do care about providing affordable, reliable energy, as well as reducing harmful emissions. They've been doing it. They've been doing it for years. It makes sense that Congress would come together and talk about reducing harmful emissions in a meaningful way. Not a single industry expert has come to Congress and said that they want methane intensity to increase. But what they don't want or need is a new tax. What they don't want or need is to assault the industry that literally won World War II for us, that has provided our partners and allies the needs that they have, because they aren't blessed with the resources that we are. If this is implemented, the ill-conceived natural gas tax will handicap technological innovation. It will reduce the supply of affordable energy in this country and for our partners and allies, and it will increase not only cost but emissions. In fact, this tax alone will drive up the cost of household energy for 180 million Americans and over 5.5 million businesses that rely on natural gas tax. The underpinnings of our national security depend on us making smart decisions, producing the energy here domestically, and not giving Vladimir Putin, the Iranians, or other nefarious actors a win. I urge support for American energy. I urge support for domestic production, and I urge support for H.R. 1023, and I yield back.
Madam Speaker, we have no other speakers on our side, so I reserve and I'm ready to close.
Gentleman reserved. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Does the gentleman is prepared to close? All right. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume. My colleague from Florida referred to this week as Dirty Energy Week, and I think that really kind of sums it up. It's not Energy Week, it's Dirty Energy Week. And I think that maybe I can best describe why this bill is so bad and contributes to Dirty Energy Week by quoting parts of the statement of administration policy that was submitted by the White House by President Biden in saying that he would veto this bill, which of course means that this is a complete waste of time, what we're doing here today. But in his statement of administration policy, the president says, this bill would eliminate two key provisions of the Inflation Reduction Act, Through the implementation of the Inflation Reduction Act, the administration is making unprecedented progress in protecting America's energy security and reducing energy costs for Americans in their homes and in their communities. H.R. 1023 would do just the opposite, repealing programs that provide non-regulatory incentives that help address climate pollution and provide consumer savings. The Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund will provide $27 billion for the deployment of clean energy technologies that will cut energy costs and drive economic development in communities across the country and in various sectors of our economy, including in the power and transportation sectors. The Methane Emissions Reduction Program provides $1.55 billion in investments to identify and help industry curb methane leaks from oil and natural gas production, helping to prevent energy waste and reducing harm to surrounding communities, including communities that are already overburdened by pollution. The administration wants to work with Congress to lower energy costs, deploy clean energy technologies, and create jobs. And this bill would take us backward and repeal important programs that help achieve these goals. Now, again, the Republicans call this week Energy Week. It is, in fact, Dirty Energy Week. With House Republicans at the helm, we've seen nothing but chaos, efforts to push failed bills again and again. This is the third time we've voted on this bill, and attempts by the Republicans to rob American families of energy savings, security, and peace of mind. Republican leadership has resulted in the least productive Congress since the Great Depression, and unfortunately, this bill is more of the same. While Democrats and the Biden administration are making great progress towards protecting America's energy security and lowering energy costs for families, Republicans continue to push their polluters over people agenda. Polluters over people, that's what they're all about. This bill endangers Americans' health and safety. It will do nothing for American families. It's a complete waste of taxpayer dollars and our time. I mean, we keep doing this over and over again. It's a waste of time. So I urge my colleagues to vote no, and with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from New Jersey yields the balance of his time. The gentleman from South Carolina is recognized to close.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I was just informed by staff I have 10 minutes left on this debate, and I promise you I'm not going to take that, but I could. Because this issue is important to the American people. The border issue is number one across the country because we've been invaded across our southern border, and it's not secure. The second biggest issue the American people are interested in are their utility bills and the price at the pump, what it costs them to fill up their tank, to take their kids to school, to go to work, to earn the money that's taxed by this government and spent recklessly by this government, as we see $27 billion given to an EPA that doesn't have the mechanism set up to be a bank, to do grants, to do these type of funding mechanisms. We pointed out this week during Energy Week, and we've talked about energy since we got here Tuesday, but I promise you this isn't the end. We're going to continue to talk about American energy because it's time for America to become energy dominant once again, to be a net exporter of oil, to increase our LNG exports. But we see this war by the Biden administration on American energy. He doesn't mind fossil fuels because he went and begged the Saudis to produce more to help lower the price because it was an election year. He's drained the SPR, the Strategic Petroleum Reserve, to the lowest level since 1980. The SPR is set up to handle national emergencies, times of war, times of other climatic events that happen, to help the American people, but yet he drew it down for political purposes to lower the price at the pump because it was an election year, and we hadn't refilled it. And so all these issues that were brought out this week during Energy Week have been important to the American people, and Republicans have pointed out that a lot of this $27 billion will end up in the Chinese Communist Party because they will be the beneficiary, just like Vladimir Putin is the beneficiary of lowering American energy production. He hadn't stopped, and he's selling energy all over the world to help fund his war in Ukraine. Money that's going into the pockets of the oligarchs in Russia are funding the invasion and the battle that's going on in Ukraine right now. And we could stop that. We ran the Germans out of oil during the Battle of the Bulge and helped us win World War II. It was an energy issue then, it's an energy issue now. We could take the money away from Vladimir Putin and his ability to keep funding the war in Ukraine. But today, this bill talks about the EPA and their green bank and that slush fund that only caters to the radical environmental on the left. We're talking about the methane tax is going to hurt producers across this nation. It's going to drive energy prices up. So I'd urge my colleagues to support Gary Palmer's bill that we're debating today. Madam Speaker, it's been a heck of an energy week, and I'm glad that the United States Congress is finally focusing on American energy producers to be energy dominant, energy secure once again. And so I would urge my colleagues to support this bill, stop this green bank, end the methane tax, help make America be stronger once again. And yes, we've passed this bill, versions like it, 2 or 3 times. We can pass it 10 more times. Get the United States Senate to actually wake up and do their daggum job and start taking up bills that the House passes in order to help make America stronger, to lead once again in the realm of American energy, because energy is the foundation of everything. The American people know it. I'm glad the United States House of Representatives, at least on our side of the aisle, understand that as well. So I'd urge my colleagues to support this. And with that, I yield back.
All time for debate has expired. Pursuant to House Resolution 1085, the previous question is ordered on the bill as amended. The question is on the engrossment and third reading of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. Third reading.
A bill to repeal Section 134 of the Clean Air Act relating to the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I have a motion to recommit at the desk.
Clerk will report the motion.
Mr. Peters of California moves to recommit the bill, H.R. 1023, to the Committee on Energy and Commerce.
Pursuant to Clause 2B of Rule 19, the previous question is ordered on the motion to recommit. The question is on the motion. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The noes have it. The motion is not agreed to.
Madam Speaker, I ask for the yeas and nays.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask for the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays have been requested. Those favoring a vote of the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20. Further proceedings on this question are postponed.
Does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and agree to the resolution HRS 1102, providing for the current concurrence by the House in the Senate amendment to H.R. 28 2882 with an amendment.
The clerk will report the title of the resolution.
House Resolution 1102, resolution providing for the concurrence by the House in the Senate amendment to H.R. 2882 with an amendment.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Granger, and the gentlewoman from Connecticut, Ms. DeLauro, will each control 20 minutes. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Yeah, thank you. I rise to claim time in actual opposition.
Does the gentlewoman from Connecticut oppose to the motion? No. Okay, then the gentleman from Texas is recognized. Will control the time. Gentlewoman from Texas is now recognized.
Madam Speaker, I rise today in support of the appropriations package. And I want to start by thanking all the members and staff who were involved in this process. We looked hard at our needs and developed a package to carry us through the process. 2 weeks ago, I talked about the changes House Republicans made regarding how we fund the government. We made targeted cuts to wasteful programs and developed a package that is proof of that. We looked at each need, and it was clear that the world is becoming a more dangerous place. We made changes and decided on efforts that include countering China, developing next-generation weapons, and investing in the quality of life of our service members. I'm proud to say that this bill strengthens our national security and funds critical defense efforts. This package also includes other key priorities. It continues our strong support of Israel, combats the flow of illegal drugs, and fully funds medical research for cancer and chronic diseases. Against all odds, House Republicans refocused spending America's most crucial need of home and abroad. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
This gentlewoman reserves. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank the Speaker. Well, here we are again. The swamp is back in full force. We have a 1,000-page bill of $1.2 trillion filled with all manners of spending priorities that are at odds with the American people. That's what we have in front of us. This bill is over 1,000 pages long. It contains hundreds of pages of report language, 1,400 earmarks, and we've had about 24 hours to review it. That is not the way to do business. And the American people and American families are the ones left holding the bag. This is business as usual in the swamp. And here's the deal to my Republican colleagues. You will own every single bit of this. If you vote for this bill, you own it. DHS funding contingent on signing H.R. 2 into law. That's what we did last year to make sure our border would be secure. That is punted, so you own it. Defunding Alejandro Mayorkas. We did that in our bill. This punts that. It's no longer there. You own it. Prohibiting mass parole and release of illegal aliens via the CBP One app. We did that in our bill last year. This bill gets rid of it. You own it. You own the continued mass parole of illegal aliens into our country. You own that. That's the truth. And it was mass parole that led to a Venezuelan gang member coming into the United States and killing Laken Riley. And you can't go campaign, my Republican colleagues cannot go campaign against mass parole and use the name of Laken Riley because you pass a bill in her name when you fund the very policies that lead to her death. I hear all this, that we're going to increase beds, ICE beds. We're going to increase the numbers for Border Patrol. The increased numbers for Border Patrol will process more illegal aliens. The increased number of beds for ICE will not be used because there's memos in place by Alejandro Mayorkas, whom we impeached and whom this bill will fund. Those ICE beds will not be filled. They won't be used, and we know it. We set out to prohibit DHS from fast-tracking asylum. This bill doesn't do that. we set out to make sure this border would be secure and you could end what happened yesterday in Texas, where 100 illegal aliens bum rushed our border, rolled over the Texas National Guard, fled into this country, and went to Border Patrol to get released into the United States. That is what this bill continues to fund. And any of my Republican colleagues who want to spend this year campaigning against open borders, it's a laugh, because today, if you vote for this abomination of a bill, you will be voting to fund it. You will be voting to fund the very policies that you will campaign against. I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman from Texas is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the measure under consideration.
Without objection.
I ask unanimous consent to yield 10 minutes of my time to the gentleman from Connecticut, Mr. DeLauro, and that she be allowed to control the time.
Without objection, I now recognize gentlewoman from Connecticut, DeLauro, to control the next 10 minutes.
Madam Speaker, I'm delighted and relieved to be finally closing out fiscal year 2024. And for that, I want to thank Chairwoman Kay Granger, Chair Patty Murray, Vice Chair Susan Collins. I am proud to have made history with such experienced appropriators. 2024 marks the first time negotiations on government funding have been led on all 4 corners by women. I have many others to thank: subcommittee ranking members and chairs, staff on both sides of the aisle, and I will be submitting these names for the record. I strongly support the bipartisan bill which funds the majority of the United States government. This bill sides with the hardworking majority of Americans. It helps to lower the cost of living. It protects women's rights and access to reproductive health care. It reinforces America's global leadership, and it helps our communities be safe and secure. I am pleased that Democrats and Republicans again united to make government work for the people of this country. Like the funding bill we passed earlier this month, this legislation does not have everything either side may have wanted. But I am satisfied that many of the extreme cuts and the policies proposed by House Republicans were rejected. I am enormously proud that we are providing an increase of $1 billion for child care, for Head Start, expanding access to quality and affordable child care for hardworking families. We increased Title I education funding, protecting 224,000 teachers' jobs House Republicans tried to eliminate. I am also pleased that we successfully defeated every one of the Republicans' extreme policy riders in the labor HHS bill. In this package, we prioritize the men and women in our armed services and their families by securing pay and allowance increases of over 5%, the highest increase in decades. We invest in global health and support 12,000 special immigrant visas for Afghans that assisted the United States, and critically, we strengthened our border security. I urge swift passage of this passage, and I look forward to moving on how we can best serve the American people in the fiscal year 2025. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
I would yield 90 seconds to the gentlelady from Florida.
Gentlewoman is now recognized.
Madam Speaker, I rise in opposition today to speak against the current omnibus that we are seeing hitting the floor today. You know, this administration, many people on both sides talk about how they want to champion Black and brown people in this country, and that's a direct quote from a recent press release from the Biden administration. But the fact is that this omnibus, this government being open and allowing for open borders is doing nothing but actually hurting those communities. What we are seeing right now at the border is a rise in crime. We are seeing these very communities being impacted by the rise in gang violence. And frankly, it's been disgusting to watch crony capitalists push the importation of cheap labor. I don't know if anyone's recently witnessed what happened with Tyson Farms, but they actually fired Americans to hire immigrant workers, aka illegals, after in September 25th of 2023, they were probed by the federal government over employment of migrant children who likely washed the bloody floors and razor-sharp machines. I mean, why would anyone want to continue to fund a government that A, is complicit in this, but B, is also responsible for losing 85,000 migrant children? The fact is that we cannot continue down this path. It is hurting all people. I think that if you want to say and you want to claim to protect minorities, then you need to ensure that you are putting Americans first and not simply just using that as a way to get elected, meanwhile stabbing Americans in the back and hurting our communities. And with that, Madam Speaker, I yield the rest of my time.
Gentlewoman yields.
Reserve.
Recognize gentlewoman from Texas.
I yield to the gentleman from California, the chairman of the Defense Subcommittee, Mr. Calvert, for 3 minutes.
The gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I rise today in strong support of the negotiated appropriations package. Today is 0 hour. We're out of time. Today's vote may be the most consequential of your lifetime. Right now, our troops around the world are facing multiple threats. Our supremacy on land, sea, air, and space is being challenged, and our allies are under attack. I could go through a long list of vital programs and funding included in this bill: the wins for our troops, the historic funding for innovation and counter-drug activities, the focus on countering China. But time is short, and the stakes have never been higher. For the members who are considering voting against the bill due to objections and other titles and are under the impression that this bill fails, will have another chance to vote for a full-year defense bill, I want to be very clear. This is it. Every member must understand the impact of not passing this package. The only other option will be a full-year continuing resolution, which will devastate our national security and put our country at risk. A CR will cut defense spending by $27 billion and trigger additional cuts from sequestration. This is something that has not happened in the history of this country and will cut our military off at the knees in the midst of the most dangerous period we have seen since World War II. A CR maintains policies negotiated by the last Congress, eliminates all member priorities from the bill, gives the Biden administration the freedom to shift in appropriations as they see fit. Simply put, we will cede all congressional authority and oversight on spending to the Biden administration. A CR would be an abdication of our responsibility and to our military, Korea and Hamas. A vote yes for our men and women in uniform and for all Americans and for our country. I yield back.
And yields. Gentlewoman from Connecticut is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from New York, the distinguished Democratic leader, Mr. Jeffries.
Gentleman is now recognized.
I thank the distinguished gentlelady from the great state of Connecticut for yielding, the Honorable Rosa DeLauro, and thank her for her extraordinary leadership throughout this process in getting us to this principled result. I thank all of the appropriators for their extraordinary work on the Democratic side and on the Republican side as part of the effort to complete the fiscal year 2024 appropriations. This hasn't been a perfect process, but we should never let the perfect be the enemy of the good. When it comes to solving problems on behalf of hardworking American taxpayers, and this is a good result for the American people, in terms of standing up for their health, their safety, their education, their national security protection, and of course, above all else, their economic well-being. A bipartisan process leading to a bipartisan result that will hopefully lay a foundation for us to continue to do the work of the American people together. Now, we've said from the very beginning of this Congress as Democrats that we will find bipartisan common ground with our Republican colleagues on any issue, whenever and wherever possible, as long as it will make life better for the American people. That's exactly what House Democrats continue to do. At the same time, we've said we will push back against extremism whenever necessary. We will always defend a woman's freedom to make her own reproductive health care decisions. We will always defend the gorgeous mosaic of the American people and push back against unnecessary attacks against diversity, equity, and inclusion. These are American values. We will always fight to protect and strengthen Social Security and Medicare, and we will always put people over politics. And we hope that that will continue, not just on the Democratic side, but together to solve problems for the American people. As soon as we complete this work, let us turn to our national security priorities and make sure that we don't abandon the people of Ukraine in their hour of greatest need, as they fight for principles like democracy and freedom and truth, and push back against autocracy, tyranny, and propaganda. America should always stand on the side of these principles like democracy and freedom and truth, and that means standing with the people of Ukraine. I thank once again the appropriators for their leadership in concluding this process. I urge everybody to support this legislation, and I hope that as we move forward, and our promise to you, but more importantly to the American people, who expect that in this Congress we should have more common sense and less chaos. We should have more decency and less dysfunction, and more exceptionalism and less extremism. Our promise to you is that we will do our best to put people over politics, and we hope that you will do the same. Vote yes on this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Texas is now recognized. The gentlewoman reserves. Thank you.
The Democrat leader talks about the mosaic. I assume by the mosaic that anyone who votes for this bill today will be supporting that we're talking about $156,000 for the Hartford Gay and Lesbian Health Collective, an organization self-described as champions of LGBTQIA equity and provides training in cultural competency and access to health care for LGBTQ youth, or $2 million in Oregon clinic that provides hormone therapy for kids, or the $850,000 for gay senior housing in Massachusetts, or $400,000 for the Briar Patch Youth Services in Wisconsin that has gender-affirming clothing program for kids 13 to 18, or $400,000 to the Garden State Equality Education Fund, which helps minors transition genders, promote biological boys playing girls' sports and using the same restrooms. I could go on and on. How about the $1 million for the Inner City Muslim Network, which calls for the destruction of Israel? That's what we're funding. That's precisely what we're funding in this legislation. So when the Democratic leader talks about a mosaic, that's what he's talking about. And my Republican colleagues who will campaign against it all year, they're voting to fund it today. To be very clear, my Republican colleagues are voting to fund that so-called mosaic today, unless they choose the right path and vote against it. And my friend from California, when he talked about, the horrors that'll happen if we have a CR, well, we shouldn't be here. This is the swamp acting what it does. Have government funding expire on the Friday before a 2-week recess heading into Easter, precisely to have the pressure of jet fumes so that the American people are the ones left holding the bag, so that we, members of Congress, can go off to our Codels, can go travel, can go do your fundraisers, can make sure you get home. But the ones left holding the bag are the American people. And when we talk about this, the game was given up. When we talk about defense, everything that is happening here is being done in the name of defense. Everything that you see. And talking about how our national security will be undermined. Well, tell me about national security in Texas. When you have the National Guard getting rolled over in El Paso. When you have Texans dying from fentanyl poisoning. When you have gangs and cartels operating in Texas. Talk to me about national security then. I'll yield 90 seconds to my friend from Arizona.
I thank the gentleman
is
for yielding.
recognized.
Thank you. So the gentlelady from Connecticut said that in this bill,
They were able to successfully reject Republicans' request for spending reductions and rejected Republicans' request for riders. And yet somehow the Republicans are going to vote for that? That's outrageous. She's right, though. She got the spending. She killed the riders. And when I hear that a vote for this is a vote for China, a vote against this is a vote for China, what you're really saying is a vote for this is a vote for Chinese terrorism, because we've had over 30,000 illegal aliens from China come across the border with this border policy. What you're going to get is you're voting actually to speed up the process of redistribution of illegal aliens who come in, because that's what the funding is going to go for. You're talking about beds. Those beds are going to go empty. Why? Because you're going to ship these people out as soon as they get here. That's what's happening within 24 hours. So the crimes, the fentanyl death, the terrorist initiatives that are coming our way, you vote for this, you're funding it, you own it, you'll bet.
The gentleman yields. Gentlewoman from Texas is recognized.
I yield to the gentleman from Florida, the chairman of the State and Foreign Operations Subcommittee, Mr. Diaz-Balart.
The gentleman from Florida is recognized. For how much time are you giving him? 2 minutes.
2 minutes.
2 minutes. The gentleman
Thank
is
you, Madam
recognized.
Speaker. I want to thank the full committee chairwoman, Chairwoman Granger, and also the Speaker for bringing us to this point. Let me tell you, I'm proud of the State and Foreign Operations portion of the bill that we're dealing with today. And let's talk about what the bill actually, let's take out a little bit of the noise and the rhetoric. Let's talk about what's in the bill. It includes a 6% reduction from fiscal year 23. And let's be clear, we're at a critical moment in our history. One of our most important allies is in time of its greatest need, and this bill answers the call. It is the strongest pro-Israel state and foreign operations bill that we have ever seen. So let's talk about facts. It provides $3.3 billion in FMF, foreign military financing for Israel. Almost as importantly is what is not funded in this bill. The bill prohibits funds to UNRWA, which has become, frankly, a de facto subsidiary of Hamas. The passage of this bill means not one additional dollar from American taxpayers will go fund this deeply flawed organization. But if we go to a CR, we're going to continue to fund it. The passage of this bill also prohibits funds for the anti-Semitic UN Commission of Inquiry against Israel. The passage of this bill means no funds can be used to delist the Iranian Revolutionary Guard as a terrorist organization or to implement that infamous nuclear agreement with Iran. And another top priority, Madam Speaker, is countering communist China. This bill includes $300 million foreign military financing for Taiwan, the first time ever in an appropriations bill that we have done that. The passage of this bill prohibits the use of foreign aid to repay Chinese debt. Also, another priority is strengthening our national security and supporting democracy around the world and defending human rights and human dignity. This bill increases funding to promote democracy and human rights in Cuba and establishes strict guidelines to ensure that the crucial funding supports the democratic opposition. Can I ask for another minute?
2 more minutes.
Again, the gentleman is recognized for 2 more minutes.
So it helps the democratic opposition and not the terrorist regime's chosen businesses. We also stand strongly against human trafficking, and particularly human trafficking of doctors. This bill also supports those struggling for freedom in our hemisphere, the most repressive areas in our hemisphere, those anti-American dictatorships in Venezuela and Nicaragua. Failure to pass this bill, we lose provisions on the prohibition of funds for encouraging organizations facilitating or promoting migrant caravans to the United States. If this bill fails, and then those funding sources to, again, organizations that are promoting caravans of illegal folks in the United States will continue. That is factual. That's in this bill. If this legislation were not to pass, we lose the protection of free speech by limiting how funds can be used under the pretext of countering disinformation. If this legislation were not to pass, we would go back to current law. We would lose the restrictions that only U.S. flags may be flown or displayed over a facility of the State Department. Madam Speaker, this bill reduces spending. It reprioritizes funding towards our vital national security interests and carries crucial limitations and smart policy changes to rein in the Biden administration. And if this bill were to fail, we are giving carte blanche to the Biden bureaucracy. It is a dramatic improvement, Madam Speaker, from current law. Before I close, let me thank the staff for their hard work. And again, Madam Speaker, this is an important bill at a crucial, critical time when American leadership is sorely needed. We're not getting it from the White House. This bill goes a long way to reestablish American leadership. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentlewoman from Connecticut is now recognized.
Thank you. I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Maryland, the distinguished ranking member of the Financial Services and General Government Subcommittee, Mr. Hoyer.
Gentleman from Maryland is now recognized.
1 minute, too little time. The Financial Services Bill is a good bill. It's the responsible alternative. Thirdly, it is ironic that the group that has made compromise the most difficult over the last year continues to oppose compromise. Legislative action is about compromise. This is a responsible compromise. As so many of the chairs of the subcommittees on the Republican side have said, the alternative is the least responsible action that we could take. I urge my colleagues to vote for this bill as the responsible, effective alternative, notwithstanding the fact that the operations up to this point of the Appropriations Committee have not been what they ought to be, and we all understand that. But it is our collective failure, caused, as I said, by a group who does not want compromise. Pass this bill. America needs this bill. It is a shame it's not going to be followed by passing aid for Ukraine. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Well, the distinguished former majority leader brings up FSGG, the Financial Services Bill. What he left out was the fact that we're going to give $200 million to the FBI for its new headquarters, even after Republicans touted in the last massive omnibus bill that we were cutting the FBI, and then relied upon getting rid of an earmark in Alabama to claim that it was a bigger cut than it really is. Now what is happening to the American people? Guess what? The FBI is getting a brand new shiny headquarters despite running ramshot over the American people, spying on them. And by the way, we extended FISA to continue spying on the American people. We also failed to prohibit the Treasury from establishing a central bank digital currency. House Republicans passed that, but in this deal that was cut, we don't do that. Why? Why? Why would it be so abhorrent to ban a central bank digital currency? I yield 90 seconds to my friend from South Carolina.
Gentleman from South Carolina is now recognized.
I woke up this morning to a text from an elderly lady. We are under attack, Congressman. Can Congress do anything to protect our borders? The blood of further deaths of Americans is on your hands. I disagree with my colleague, my good friends on the right side. This is anything but a national security bill. Look at what's happening at the border. Look at what's happening to the agents that got bum rushed in El Paso last night. Now, if you're willing, anybody that votes for this bill, you're saying, and for all the listeners, are you agreeing to $500 million for Jordan, including $150 million for border security in Jordan? Are you agreeing, do you like $125 million to help Egyptians attend college in Egypt? Is this where you want your money? Do you want $286 million for Title X, Title 10 family planning, which is an abortion clinic? Folks, the list goes on and on. This is insanity. Here's what I call on, here's the fix. I call on our Speaker, and he's the only one who can do it, to to vote this bill down, take that mace down, which has to be in place. It's been in place for 182 years to have session in the House of Representatives, cut the lights off, and until the Senate accepts a total shutdown of the border, until they accept a total H.R. 2, we don't come back. Why fund a government that's working against us? It is total insanity.
It's expired. The gentleman from Texas reserves. Gentlewoman from Texas is now recognized.
I yield to the gentleman from Ohio, the chairman of the Homeland Security Subcommittee, Mr. Joyce, for 2 minutes.
The gentleman from Ohio is recognized now.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today in support of the package of appropriation bills under consideration. As chairman of the Homeland Security Subcommittee, I'd like to thank the full committee chair, Ms. Granger, for her leadership in assembling funding packages that reflect strong Republican priorities. The crisis at our southwest border has raged under the Biden administration. More than 2 million migrants crossed the border each of the last 2 years. That is not sustainable. So this bill makes key investments to secure the border, expand detention, improve technology, and deter illegal immigration. Under this bill, we provide $500 million to reach an end strength of 22,000 border agents, consistent with H.R. 2. To counter fentanyl, this bill provides $305 million for non-intrusive inspection equipment at our nation's ports of entry. This bill ensures ICE has the detention capacity it needs to enforce the law by providing 41,500 detention beds. Without this funding, ICE would have released more than 10,000 current detainees who pose a threat to our communities. This bill also provides the Coast Guard with 2 fast response cutters to counter Chinese aggression in the Pacific. Additionally, this bill fully funds the Coast Guard's military pay raise, keeping our promise of supporting our troops. Simply put, this bill ensures that men and women of the Department of Homeland Security who work tirelessly on our behalf have the resources and tools they need to protect this great nation. It reflects strong Republican priorities, cuts wasteful spending, and prioritizes securing the border. We cannot surrender this progress for a wasteful and harmful government shutdown. I ask my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. Gentlewoman from Connecticut is now recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from Minnesota, the distinguished ranking member of the Defense Subcommittee, Ms. McCollum.
Gentlewoman from Minnesota is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, it's no secret that this appropriation cycle was tough. And as ranking member of the Defense Appropriations Subcommittee, Defense, I want to really thank Chairman Calvert for working in a bipartisan manner to get the defense bill done. This compromise defense bill is focused on 2 things: national security and our service members and their families. This bill provides our service members with the training and the equipment necessary to complete their missions and come home soon and safely as possible. It supports military families with a 5.2% pay increase. It includes a 5.4% increase to basic housing allowance. And the bill restores at least some funding for Ukraine through the Ukrainian Assistance Initiative. But the House must pass the Senate's Security Supplemental as soon as possible. And I am glad to report that all the partisan riders that were originally in the Defense House bill have been removed. Madam Speaker, this minibus shows us that there is only one way to fund the government, and that's on a bipartisan basis. Full stop. Let's follow the example in the next appropriations cycle. And I urge members to support the bill. I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Yield 90 seconds to my friend from Georgia.
The gentleman is now recognized for 90 seconds.
Thank you. To my House and Senate Republican colleagues, it's time to put your vote where your values are. Because you can't claim to be a pro-life champion and then fund abortion travel, and aborted fetal tissue research. You can't rail against President Biden's intentional illegal invasion and then fund the policies that are causing the chaos without assuming the same responsibility. Just like you can't flaunt your vote to impeach Secretary Mayorkas and then fully fund his salary and his destructive border policies. You can't defend America's Second Amendment liberties and then fund gun control by the CDC. And you cannot support science and protect young women and then fund transgender surgeries and fund educational institutions that allow biological males to compete in women's sports. And I don't call them men because they're not real men. Real men protect women. They don't use their superior strength to steal the honor, hard work, and achievements of women. You can't complain about the violation of America's First Amendment rights and then fund more disinformation governance boards and government by proxy censorship. And you cannot sound the alarm on our dire economic outlook and ballooning national debt and then rubber stamp spending higher than Nancy Pelosi's levels for FY23, and the list goes on and on. Republicans simply cannot righteously denounce Democrats' disastrous policies that are destroying our great country and then turn around and fund them. After all, if you fund it, you own it. But it's not too late. We promised the American people that we would fix these problems, not fund them. So I urge my colleagues to vote no on the swamp's second half omnibus. Thank you, and I yield back.
Reserve.
Thank you. The gentleman reserves now. Gentlewoman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. Gentlewoman from Connecticut is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Texas, the distinguished ranking member of the Homeland Security Subcommittee, Mr. Cuellar.
Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
As a ranking member, I live at the border. I don't just go visit the border, so I know the border. This is a strong border security homeland bill that we passed in a bipartisan way, common sense way. This bill takes away all the poisonous riders. It's only bipartisan riders. It adds the largest number of Border Patrol agents at 22,000 agents. It adds CBP officers at the bridges so they can stop fentanyl. It adds support staff so they can support the agents. It adds money to Air Marine so they can do the work and counter drones. It adds money for the TSA so they can have the pay equity. It expands, it adds monies to the food and shelter program, which is important for the border community. It adds 41,500 beds that are being used right now. They are being used right now, even up to 41,700 beds. It adds money for deportation when aliens don't have their rights after they get their rights processed. It fully funds the reunification efforts of families that were unjustly funded. It adds money to Border Patrol and adds money to Stone Garden.
I yield the gentleman 15 seconds.
The gentleman has another 15 seconds.
15 seconds.
It adds money to Stone Garden so local law enforcement can do the work. I would say, member, this is the strongest border security bill that we have, but it's fair. It is fair, and I ask folks to support this bill. Again, I live at the border. I don't go visit. This is a strong homeland security bill. With that, I'll yield back.
Thank you. The gentleman yields. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Well, I thank my friend from Texas for his remarks, but I would just simply disagree. All we're doing here is adding beds that aren't going to be used. All we're doing is adding money for Border Patrol that won't be allowed to do their job. They will be processing more people and releasing them against the law under parole policies that are damaging the country and that led to Laken Riley's death. That's literally all this bill does. With that, I'm going to yield 1 minute and 15 seconds to the gentlelady from Georgia.
Gentlelady from Georgia is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in extreme opposition to the second part of the omnibus bill. No Republican in the House of Representatives in good conscience can vote for this bill. It is a complete departure of all of our principles, especially if you call yourself pro-life. This bill funds full-term abortion. This is not a Republican bill. This is a Chuck Schumer, Democrat-controlled bill coming from the House majority that is supposed to be controlled by Republicans, but yet our majority has been completely
Members are reminded to direct their
Democrats.
remarks to the chair. Please.
Madam Speaker, it is the will of our voters, and it is the will of Republicans across the country that this bill should not be brought to the floor, that this bill will absolutely destroy our majority, and will tell every single one of our voters that this majority is a failure. This is the bill that the White House cannot wait to sign into law. This is the bill that rips our border wide open and tells every single person in over 160 countries around the world they can invade our country, they can run over our Border Patrol, they can run over our Texas National Guard, they can come in, rape our women, murder our people, and squat and take over our homes. This is an atrocious attack on the American people. The Speaker of the House should not bring it to the floor, and this bill should not pass.
Reserve.
Gentlewoman reserves. Gentlewoman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. Gentlewoman from Connecticut is
Madam
recognized.
Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. Gentleman from Texas?
I would yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Missouri.
The gentleman is now recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Roy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think that this bill defies any kind of objective understanding of the reality of the situation that we're in. We're at $34 trillion in debt. It is the highest debt to GDP that we've experienced in the history of the United States of America, higher than we experienced after World War II, and we just left a war. Today, we're at that same level of debt to GDP, and yet we're facing potential wars. This situation is the greatest threat to national security that there is. And to add more debt onto this nation is only risking us even further. Look, our border is the threat to national security, and yet we're doing very little to actually fix it in this bill. No matter how much we talk about some of the things that are in the bill, at the end of the day, I hear expressions like this. Somebody up here, the swamp says, people say, somebody's got to govern. Well, within that statement, therein lies the false pretense that government is the solution to our problems. Government isn't the problem. Thank you.
Reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman from Texas is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves.
Madam Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from Connecticut reserves her time. Gentleman from Texas.
I would yield 1 minute to my friend from Pennsylvania, Mr. Perry.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania is now recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Last night when I was looking over the bill, I got a text with a film in it, a video clip of soldiers in uniform being overrun at El Paso, being overrun by illegal foreign nationals coming into our country, just running right over them. I don't know what their orders were. I don't know what their rules of engagement were. I don't know how anybody expected them to stop them, these people coming into our country wholesale. And what was amazing and astounding as well, Madam Speaker, is those folks all ran to the Border Patrol to come into our country illegally. Border Patrol being ordered by President Biden and Secretary Mayorkas to allow these people to come into our country. My friends on the other side of the aisle are going to say, well, we got more beds, we got more Border Patrol agents. Those agents are going to process these individuals into our country, and those beds are going to go unfilled because these people are coming to your town. Madam Speaker, this bill makes Americans pay for their own sellout, and I recommend that we all vote no. I yield.
Gentleman yields.
Reserve.
Gentlewoman from Texas is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman from Texas reserves. Gentlewoman
Madam
from
Speaker,
Connecticut
I reserve the balance of my time.
reserves. Mr. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Yield 1 minute to my friend from Kentucky, Mr. Massey.
Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Today we're setting a dangerous precedent. We're suspending the 3-day rule so that our constituents don't have time to see what's in this bill, but we know a few things that are in it. We know it spends too much money. We know it's got money to groom our children down to ages of 12 into being trans. We know it's got funding for facilities that do late-term abortions. Why would Republicans vote for that? Because it's got a dangerous cocktail that the swamp has always served. And we're drunk on it today. What is that cocktail? Earmarks and budget gimmicks with a chaser, of the fumes from DCA, the smell of jet fuel at DCA, because what are we going to do as soon as we betray Americans by passing this bill? We're all going to the airport and we're going on recess for 2 weeks. This is not the way we should do the nation's business. We need to preserve the 3-day rule. We need to follow our own rules. We need to bring these bills through committee and do regular order. And I urge people to vote against this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields.
Reserve.
Gentlewoman from Texas recognized.
Madam Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. Gentlewoman from
Madam
Connecticut.
Speaker, I reserve the balance
reserves. Gentleman from Texas.
May I inquire how much time is remaining?
Gentleman has 3 1/4 of a minute. 3 1/4 of a minute. 3.25.
3 minutes, 15 seconds. Okay, great. I would yield 1 minute to my friend from Arizona.
Gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm going to be voting no for this bill. First, I want to talk to my Republican colleagues. It's important that we understand that the American people don't expect us to win every time, but they sure as hell expect us to fight, and that's not what we're doing. We should not be fighting for this. This is garbage. The next thing I want to address real quick is to the American people. Please pay attention to who votes for this, and make sure when they come back to your hometown in your district and they talk to you at your next Lincoln Day dinner about fiscal responsibility, securing the border, if they voted for this, let them hear about it. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman yields.
Reserve.
Madam Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman from Texas reserves. Gentlewoman from Connecticut.
I reserve the balance of my time.
Reserves. Gentleman from Texas.
The gentleman from Florida a moment ago talked about the fact that we defund UNRWA and we defund some policies that are pernicious. I agree with him. It was a part of the process that we carried out last year when we set out to change this institution, to return to some sort of regular order, to have 72 hours to read bills, to be able to have single subject bills, to offer amendments on the floor, to actually have an appropriations process. We passed 7 appropriations bills off of the floor of the House. We passed 3 out of committee to the floor. We actually had some amount of debate. We're able to move things through. And we got some of our policy priorities, and we then sent them over to the Senate. And then what do? We walked away, and we went back to business as usual in the swamp, where a handful of people that they call four corners all sit back and decide for you. Not the people in this room as a body, but a handful of so-called cardinals. The same group that I heard guffawing in the back a minute ago. The same block of appropriators that think they're the ones that get to control the entire world and use our men and women in uniform as an excuse to undermine the national security of this country by spending money we don't have, by racking up debt to the tune of $1 trillion every 100 days, while funding all manners of sins with respect to transgender surgeries, abortion, tourism, funding the World Health Organization to give away our sovereignty, funding open borders with mass parole that led to the death of Laken Riley. Everybody who votes for this bill today, you own it. Don't go out and campaign this year saying you oppose this stuff when you write the check, because that's what's happening today. Every single Republican, every single Democrat who votes for this omnibus spending bill today, they own it. They own the open borders. They own the woke military that we cannot recruit people to fight in. They own giving our sovereignty to World Health Organization and international bodies. They own more funding for the Wuhan lab. Yeah, that's all in there. They own it. We should vote no. You want to win in November? Vote no. I yield back.
The gentleman yields.
Madam Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from Connecticut is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, 11,388 members have served historically in the United States House of Representatives. We are blessed, and what we are charged with is serving the American people. That is our job. It is not serving our individual philosophies, ideologies, or whatever it is that we believe. We need to govern on behalf of the American people. And I'm proud to have been working with Democrats and Republicans, united to make government work for the people of this country. It's a bipartisan bill. It sides with hardworking majority of the Americans. It helps to lower that cost of living. It protects women's rights. It reinforces America's global leadership. And yes, it helps our communities be safe and secure. It is not about what we do, is not about those of us who serve in this chamber. It is about what we do on behalf of the people of this country outside of this chamber. This bill serves the American people, and it has Democrat and Republican support to move forward. We are 6 months into this 2024 year. We have been unable to do the work of the people because some people will hold us back. Again, our job, why we are elected, is to serve the American people. That's what we are charged with. Never forget that we are blessed to serve here, and we have a duty to perform and to do what is right. I urge my colleagues to support this bill. It makes sense for us to do it, and we do it because we represent hard-working families in this country who put their faith and trust in us to do this job on their behalf. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields. The gentlelady from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlelady yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and agree to Resolution 1102? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Request the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those in favor of a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are now ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, this is a 15-minute vote on the motion to suspend the rules, which will be followed by a 5-minute vote on the motion to recommit on H.R. 1023 and the passage of H.R. 1023 if ordered. This is a 15-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 286, the nays are 134, two-thirds being in the affirmative. The rules are suspended. The resolution is agreed to, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the question on agreeing to the motion to recommit on H.R. 1023, offered by the gentleman from California, Mr. Peters, on which the yeas and nays were ordered. The clerk will redesignate the motion.
Motion to recommit H.R. 1023, offered by Mr. Peters of California.
The question is on agreeing to the motion to recommit. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 206 and the nays are 211. The motion is not adopted. The question is on passage of the bill. Those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. The ayes have it. The bill is passed. For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
On that, I ask for a recorded vote.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those favoring a recorded vote shall rise. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote.
On this vote, the ayes are 200. On this vote, the ayes are 209, the nays are 204. The bill is passed. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I send to the desk a concurrent resolution and ask unanimous consent for its immediate consideration in the House.
The clerk will report the title of the concurrent resolution.
House Concurrent Resolution 100, concurrent resolution directing the Clerk of the House of Representatives to make a correction in the enrollment of H.R. 2882.
Question? Is there objection to the consideration of the concurrent resolution? Without objection, the concurrent resolution is agreed to and the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. The House will be in order. Members are encouraged to take their conversations off the floor. The House will be in order. Members are encouraged to take their conversations off the floor. And who's up first? The chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. The chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. For what purpose? The House will be in order. Members are requested to take their conversations off the floor. The House will be in order. Could do that too. The chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. For what purpose does the gentleman from Montana seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in recognition and celebration of both National and Montana Ag Week. Food security is national security, and across the Treasure State and the country, farmers work tirelessly to keep food supply safe and plentiful so we don't have to rely on foreign nations to sustain our population. Agriculture isn't just an industry in Montana, it's our way of life. It contributes an average of $5.2 billion a year to the economy. Producers' hard work, dedication, and resilience play an essential role in feeding our communities, sustaining our economy, and managing our land. While ag production is a vital industry, it doesn't come without its challenges. Congress must first secure a strong crop insurance program that gives producers certainty, and secondly, pass my Land and National Defense Act, which would prohibit the Chinese Communist Party from buying farmland in our country. Both initiatives can be included in this year's Farm Bill to show producers, folks here in Washington haven't forgotten about them and have their backs in times of need. Ag producers deserve recognition for the work they do to take care of our great nation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, today we took the responsible step of funding the people's government. Unfortunately, we did not, however, fund our allies in Ukraine. The Speaker has said publicly and privately that he is going to bring Ukraine to the floor when we come back. I rise to assure our Ukrainian allies and those brave young men and women and not so young men and women who are in the field at the point of the spear defending freedom and democracy, that I believe that there are over 300 votes on this floor, as there have been for 7 times, to support them in their battle, which is our battle as well. And I urge all of us, as soon as we return, to defend freedom through our Ukrainian warriors. And I yield back the balance of my time.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the Order of the Eastern Star, State College Chapter 388. On April 5th, this group will celebrate 100 years of service and renew their commitment to the principles of Freemasonry. State College Chapter 388 is a Masonic appendant body, part of the Pennsylvania Order of Eastern Star, which is part of the General Grand Chapter, the international order that stretches around the world and makes up the largest co-ed fraternal organization in the world. The Order of the Eastern Star has a strong bond of friendship and support for each other based on shared values and respect. Their members are service-minded individuals organizing and participating in service projects supporting our youth, veterans, and our greater community. Mr. Speaker, the State College Chapter of the Order of the Eastern Star works closely with other Pennsylvania chapters to support charitable endeavors such as Shriners Hospital for Children. They're also proud to support individuals with disabilities of all ages. Congratulations on this magnificent milestone, and may you continue to celebrate years of fellowship and community service. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today
to praise President Biden's work to improve housing in America. The President's leadership in this area has led to lower housing costs. It has expanded rental assistance, and it has increased affordable housing nationwide. Now the President wants to implement the most consequential housing plan in 50 years in this country. It would provide a $10,000 tax credit for first-time home buyers and people who sell their starter homes. It would build and renovate more than 2 million homes. The plan would crack down on corporate actions that rob renters, and it would provide rental assistance for hundreds of thousands of families, veterans, and youth leaving foster care. It is a bold plan that would benefit millions of Americans, and I am proud to support it on the House floor today. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to be able to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to congratulate Marcia Fudge as she transitions from her role as Secretary of Housing and Urban Development. In Congress, I had the honor of working alongside her while serving the greater Cleveland area. Together, we worked to bring bipartisan wins back to the community, making Ohio a greater place. I cannot thank her enough for her dedication to public service, not only to the Buckeye State, but to an entire country. Whatever the next chapter holds for her, I have no doubt she will continue to do great things. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Nevada seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to talk about a very concerning truth about this chamber. Recently, this chamber moved in lightning speed on a bill that will ban TikTok if it becomes law. I voted against that bill for many reasons. One being that the process was alarmingly fast, with little time to discuss the facts or the impact to small businesses or content creators, which actually should have ownership. Mr. Speaker, I find it very hypocritical that with all of the pressing, urgent matters before our nation, we swiftly moved this bill through committee and on the floor. And I'm not the only one noticing that fact. The American people are also asking why we can't act on other important issues, why we can't pass the John R. Lewis Voting Rights Act on the floor in 5 days. We haven't even been given an opportunity to have a hearing on the topic. Mr. Speaker, why can't we pass legislation to address the gun violence epidemic in this country, like my Break the Cycle of Violence Act or Congresswoman McBath's assault weapons ban? Mr. Speaker, why can't we have a hearing to address the housing crisis that's facing Americans, or pass my Home Act? You have time to pass a bill in 5 days to ban TikTok, but you do not have time to address the important issues facing the American people.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
To address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks. Mr. Speaker, the House is not in order.
The chair will remind all persons in the gallery they are here as guests of the House, and that any manifestation of approval or disapproval of proceedings is in violation of the rules of the House. For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate Mr. Manny Diaz for an outstanding career during his last 36 years at the University of Georgia's men's tennis coach. Diaz is the SEC's all-time winningest coach with overall record of 767-192. He has guided the Bulldogs to achieve many great milestone awards. Throughout his career, Coach Diaz has led Bulldogs to win 29 SEC championships, 4 NCAA national titles, and 2 ITA Indoor National Championship wins. In 2023, Diaz's team was awarded another conference championship title and showcased their talent in the 2023 NCAA tournament. For his accomplishments, Diaz has been recognized as SEC Coach of the Year 7 times throughout his career, and 39 of his players have received a combined 77 All-American honors. Now, as he enters retirement, I would like to thank Diaz for his hard work and dedication to University of Georgia athletics. Through his guidance and supervision, his athletes have excelled as some of the nation's greatest. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in honor of my friend, my mentor and predecessor in Congress, the Secretary of Housing and Urban Development, Marcia Fudge. As Secretary Fudge retires, I join people from the White House to Warrensville Heights in celebrating her lifetime of service and achievement. Under her leadership, HUD helped more than 2 million families stay in their homes, served over 1 million people experiencing homelessness, and helped 250,000 Black homeowners purchase a home. Secretary Fudge has been a voice for justice and a champion for her constituents, and she has always been about results. Quite simply, in Congress and the Cabinet, she set the standard, and I am honored and humbled to follow as her representative of the 11th Congressional District. Congratulations, Secretary Fudge. We in Ohio's 11th Congressional District are excited to welcome you home. And with that, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to celebrate our Texas 24 hometown hero, Captain Greg Hewitt of Keller Fire Rescue. Captain Hewitt has devoted 16 years to protecting the safety of our North Texas community, and as a captain at Keller Fire Rescue Station 2, Captain Hewitt has diligently shown relentless dedication throughout his years of leadership and service. Throughout his numerous 48-hour-long shifts, Captain Hewitt consistently displays heroic bravery and a committed spirit to serving his team, his Keller residents, and our community. Captain Hewitt is not only dedicated to protecting North Texans, he's also a devoted husband to his wife, Megan, and a proud father of 3 beautiful children. As one of his biggest support systems, they've followed him along his firefighting journey. Congratulations, Captain Hewitt, on reaching the milestones of 16 years of service. I thank you for the kindness and devotion that you've shown to North Texans throughout your career. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and accept.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, there are increasing national security threats to America's critical infrastructure. A warning went out nationwide that China and Iran are targeting our critical infrastructure systems, including our drinking water. These cyber threats pose an extreme risk to our rural water systems. Any cyber attack that shuts down our rural water systems for days could impact our farms, families, schools, and even emergency services. I introduced H.R. 3809, the Cybersecurity for Rural Water Systems Act, for this very reason. The bill would provide cybersecurity assistance to those communities with limited resources. The bill is crucial in the fight to protect the United States from foreign cyber attacks. I urge Congress to advance this key legislation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
The gentleman from California seek recognition.
Seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, among the many issues we have, the problem at our border and the illegal immigrant invasion we have in this country is the effect on our elections and the apportionment of how votes are distributed around this country. So what a lot of people don't know or understand or are aware of is that when the census is taken, the ideals of the Constitution of voting are flouted in that they have to count everybody, supposedly, that's here illegally in the populations. And that's how votes are, that's how House members and vote power is distributed across our states and across our country. So it's estimated, because of illegal immigrants basically squatting in this country, that somewhere between 13 and 20 House seats are in the wrong states or in the wrong area due to a disproportionate amount of people being counted in primarily urban areas and, to the Democrats' benefit, in blue states. And so we have a distortion of the true distribution of votes. because of illegal immigration and inaction done at the federal level. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Colorado seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the passing of my dear friend and mentor, Professor Ved Nanda. For 57 years, Ved was a distinguished professor at the University of Denver Law School. During his tenure, he established the International Legal Studies program and served as director of the Ved Nanda Center for International and Comparative Law. He was an officer and board member in several international and national NGOs and a leader in the international law community. More than that, Ved Nanda was a valued mentor to many. In every corner of Colorado, you can find someone who benefited from Ved's calm wisdom. His legacy will continue to inspire me and many around the world. He will be deeply missed. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
I request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to discuss how House Democrats, working with the Senate and the White House, are delivering cost savings to American families. My constituents tell me how high costs are affecting them and their families, and Democrats are listening. That's why we passed the American Rescue Plan, which allowed Medicaid to limit drug prices starting this year. We also passed another law, the Inflation Reduction Act, that capped insulin costs $35 a month. And as a result of these laws, the three largest manufacturers of insulin have announced that they would slash the cost of insulin by 75%. These are real cost savings for the 62,000 constituents in my district who are living with diabetes. What are Republicans focused on? Well, the Republican Study Committee just released a budget. About 70-some% of the members are part of that committee that wants to raise the retirement age for Social Security, end Medicare as we know it, ban IVF, and roll back the Affordable Care Act. The two parties are not the same.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Hampshire seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition to the reckless budget proposal released this week by a group of House Republicans. This budget will cut Medicare, make health care more expensive, and undo the real progress that we've been making to lower prescription drug prices. It would also cut Social Security benefits and raise the retirement age, forcing hardworking Americans to work even longer. The only winners in this budget plan are the ultra-wealthy and the biggest corporations who get rewarded with huge tax cuts. This is backward, it's wrong, and it's something I'll fight every step of the way. New Hampshire seniors who have paid into Social Security and Medicare need to know that their earned benefits will be there for them when they retire. And I remain committed to fighting to strengthen Social Security and Medicare, to lowering the cost of health care and prescription drugs for all Americans, and Congress must make this a top priority. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Oregon seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to honor the trailblazing women throughout history who have fought for justices and equal rights. And I'm proud that many of these women were and are Oregonians. There's Abigail Scott Dunaway from Yamhill County, who became a vocal advocate for women's suffrage and was the first woman to register to vote in Oregon. Or former Governor Barbara Roberts, who grew up in Sheridan and became the first woman elected to serve as governor of Oregon. Or Katherine Harrison, who helped gain federal recognition for the Grand Ronde tribe in my district. These are just a few examples, but there are many more women leaders who are largely left out of history books. Recognizing their legacy is one important step, but we must continue building on the progress they've already made. That's why I will keep working to expand access to paid leave and affordable childcare, protect reproductive freedoms across the nation, and put an end to violence against women and girls. During Women's History Month and every day of the year, in honor of those who came before us, I will keep up the fight. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
I rise today to be able to reaffirm to the American people that I did and my colleagues did our job today as I stand in support of the resolution and the appropriations that kept the government open. I told my constituents I could not be at the various events of today, Friday, March 22nd, because I had to be here to ensure that our students had Pell Grants, to make sure that small businesses have been supported, to ensure that Medicaid and Medicare were strongly enforced and public health is still in place. I wanted to make sure that we had the biomedical research that helped so many lives be restored. And of course, I am a champion and an advocate for mental health care. It is not enough for the families who suffer and try to help their loved ones. I want to make sure that we get rid of tax cheats. And of course, the drug of choice that kills Americans, fentanyl. I want to be part of the fight as a senior member of the Judiciary Committee. And to be sure that Ukraine and Gaza gets the appropriations and the dollars that they need. We stood to keep the government open today, and I am excited about the fact that that vote went through with my help and the help of my colleagues. Mr. Speaker, this is important enough to let the American people know the government is open now.
The chair lays before the House a communication.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., March 22, 2024. I hereby designate the period from February, March 22, 2024 through Monday, April 8, 2024 as a district work period under Section 3Z of House Resolution 5. Signed sincerely, Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9, 2023, the gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Salazar, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for recognizing me. And President Ronald Reagan warned in 1985 that America has an unrelenting obligation to halt communist penetration in our hemisphere. If we fail to meet this obligation, we will send the unmistakable signal that the greatest power in the world is unwilling and incapable of stopping communist aggression in our own backyard. Right now, we're facing that scenario in the island of Cuba and Haiti. History teaches us that the current threats in our hemisphere must be addressed with the utmost seriousness, for these issues go to the heart of American security and American history. I stand here today to ensure that once again we learn from history and understand that the turmoil in our hemisphere, in America's own backyard, can and must be stopped, or the price we pay will be dear. Let's focus on Cuba and Haiti. The stakes are incredibly high. The Cuban people live in a perpetual cycle of misery and despair at the hands of their communist oppressors. They are deprived of basic necessities like food and electricity, living in literal darkness for hours a day, a product of the communist regime's intentional rolling blackouts. The regime has adopted the slogan Patria o Muerte, or patriotism or death, while subjecting the Cuban people for the last 60 years to conditions that will surely lead them to the latter, death from deprivation. A few days ago, Cuban protesters bravely took to the streets of Santiago and other cities on the island after once again being subjected to massive food shortages and blackouts for up to 18 hours a day. Now the protesters are crying out Patria y Vida, or patriotism and life. In response, the Cuban regime, did what they always do, blame us, the United States, for our embargo. But we fully understand the operations manual for the communist Cuban regime's propaganda machine. They have been exploiting, starving, imprisoning, and beating their own people for decades. But we know the truth. We, as a Congress, as an American people, can take several steps to ensure the protesters' voices are not shouting in vain. First, I am calling on President Biden and the administration to take a stronger stance against the Cuban regime and stand in solidarity with the brave freedom fighters pouring onto the streets all over Cuba. United States support for the Cuban freedom fighters is not a partisan issue. It is a morally right and intimately linked to our own security and our own history, freedom, and democracy. We know that information is power. So let's provide internet access to the Cubans now so they can have a window to the free world. Now, I am talking to the Cuban military commanders. I have a crucial message for you. History has its eyes on you. It is inevitable that peaceful protesters will continue to take to the streets in Cuba in the hopes of finding freedom. And there will come a time when your moral integrity will face the ultimate test, whether or not to raise your weapons against your own neighbors and your own friends. My message from this floor is very clear to the Cuban military commanders. Make the right choice. Do not shoot at your own fellow citizens. Do not shoot at the Cuban people. Myself, as a member of this Congress, the United States of America, and history itself will recount these days, and your own legacies will be a result of you holding your fire. Now, this is not just Cuba that needs our attention. Another monster is looming large in our backyard, threatening America's security: Haiti. Haiti is crumbling, a completely failed state in anarchy, overrun by gangs, violence, and chaos. Haiti's humanitarian, political, and security crisis grows worse by the second, while most people are on the brink of starvation. There is currently a Haitian refugee crisis unfolding. Haitian refugees will pour into our own country by the thousands. But for the last 2 years, the Biden administration swept the problems brewing in Haiti under the rug, and now their worst nightmare has appeared. We must call for a coalition of our allies in Latin America to help restore order in Haiti and halt the threat before it impacts additional countries like the Dominican Republic. America's enemies, hostile countries like China, Iran, and Russia, would love nothing more than to force communism onto our small neighbors like Haiti, just like they did in Cuba 60 years ago. We cannot sit idly by nor afford to ignore the flames growing. We must take action now. I urge the Biden administration to place close attention to my warnings. We need a clean strategy on the situation in Haiti, and we need to look to Congress to lead the way, this Congress. We must extinguish the flames of instability and communism burning in our backyard. If we don't, they will surely continue all the way through our own American kitchen. We cannot ignore Haiti or Cuba. I thank you, and I yield the balance of my time.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9, 2023, the Chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Green, for 30 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, and still I rise. And still I rise. A proud, liberated Democrat, unbought, unbossed, and unafraid. In the spirit of Shirley Chisholm, I rise, a great and noble American. Mr. Speaker, I rise today on another mission of mercy. I rise today because this morning at approximately 4:30 a.m., I was reviewing a news story. And in this news story, there was an indication that there was death in Haiti. I had an opportunity to see on the screen of my television the horrors that were emanating from the story. Mr. Speaker, I saw a person lying in the street, a person lying in the street who was apparently without life. It is not a pleasant thing to see someone without life, but to see a person lying in the street without life, with only a portion of the body discernible, was quite an experience. But as I saw this person lying in the street, Mr. Speaker, I also saw persons passing by. Most of them were on vehicles of the two-wheel variety. And as they passed by, some of them looked, but others barely glanced. And among those passing by were young, old, but also there was a person who was with law enforcement who passed by. A body lying in the street. Someone was interviewed, and it was explained by the person interviewed that this person had been attacked by people who were of the opinion that they were defending themselves. And they attacked this person with machetes, severed limbs from the body. At least that is the way it appeared to me as I viewed this on my screen, my TV screen. It was quite shocking and appalling to see this body lying in the street. People just simply passing by. Haiti is a country in turmoil. And if you believe that injustice anywhere, as Dr. King put it, is a threat to justice everywhere, you have to be concerned about what's happening in Haiti. You have to be concerned. The statistical information related to the atrocities that are occurring can stir the soul, can literally cause persons to come to tears if you truly care about people. I'd like to share some of the information, and hopefully those who believe that injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere will have some concern about the injustice that's taking place in Haiti. According to the UN Special Representative for Haiti, more than 8,400 people were victims of gang violence in Haiti in the last year. The last year alone, more than 8,400 people victims of gang violence. Now, Haiti is a country with a population of a little more than 11 million, perhaps about 11,500,000. Haiti is a country that is closer to the United States than Houston, Texas is to El Paso, Texas. Haiti is just off of our shores. We ought to be concerned. Haiti last year, including killings, injuries, and kidnappings, had about a 122% increase over 2022. The UN Commission for Human Rights, Volker Turk, warned that across Haiti last year, at least 3,600 people had been killed, 1,432 injured, 2,951 kidnapped in gang-related violence, and this was as of November. The number of injuries in Haiti. According to the United Nations Quarterly Report on Human Rights situated in Haiti, lynchings, something that causes me a good deal of concern with my history. My history is one that has suffered great lynchings. Lynchings have left at least 76 people dead across the country. At least 1,634 people were killed or injured as a result of violence by criminal groups. Gangs of people killing 1,634 people. At least 693 people were kidnapped in the last quarter of 2023, an increase of 18% over the previous quarter. At least 53 children, some as young as 6 months old, were kidnapped, killed, or injured during the last quarter of 2023. This ought to cause people who believe that injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere to have some concern. Almost 500 children had no time to escape from a school that they were trapped in and had to remain in that school for some 2 days. the healthcare situation in Haiti has greatly deteriorated. According to The Guardian, Haiti's healthcare system has all but collapsed amid the ferocious gang insurrection that's taking place. Hospitals have been set ablaze, doctors have been murdered, and even basic medical supplies have dried up. Currently, only one public hospital in Haiti's capital, Port-au-Prince, remains operational, but is expected to shut its doors. Mr. Speaker, a summary of the food situation can bring one to ask, how could we allow such circumstances to exist? According to NPR, since the COVID virus took its toll, at least 4 million people in Haiti have been acutely food insecure. And now, out of those 4 million, 1 million are one step away from famine. According to the Washington Post, there were disturbances in January and food prices jumped 25%. In the South, where roadblocks came up and trucks weren't able to get to Port-au-Prince with basic necessities. Mr. Speaker, the World Food Program survey found that as prices go up, household incomes are going down because people can't go to work and are sheltering in place and aren't going to earn money. If we truly believe that injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere, we have to be concerned about the persons in Haiti because many of them will want to leave and seek safety elsewhere. Some of them will make an attempt to come to this country. Unfortunately, our country has a history of turning Haitians away. It wasn't that long ago that as the persons from Cuba were escaping Cuba and coming to this country, we had a policy that was called, if you will, wet foot, dry foot. This policy of wet foot, dry foot would allow a Cuban to get 1 foot on dry land in the United States of America and then move forward into the country, move forward on a pathway that would lead to jobs, that would lead to a better life, and possibly lead to citizenship in the country. Wet foot, dry foot was the name of the policy. It applied to Cubans. At the same time, Cubans were arriving in this country from Castro's Cuba, as we have called it. But as Cubans were arriving in this country, Haitians were arriving. Haitians were fleeing poverty and despair, hunger, death. At the same time they were arriving, the Haitians could get both feet on dry land, could acquire a job, but if they were discovered, they were sent back to Haiti. One policy for persons coming from Cuba, known as wet foot, dry foot, that is the way the policy was styled. And another policy for persons coming from Haiti that would cause them to be returned to Haiti, back to despair, back to poverty, and some of them back to lives that are unthinkable as we envision life for human beings. We have not treated Haiti fairly when compared to how we treated others within this hemisphere. A country that, again, is closer to the United States than Houston, Texas is to El Paso, Texas. Mr. Speaker, if we truly believe that injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere, we ought to release the some $40 million that are available to help Haiti. $40 million available that we could release if we would but only agree to let the money that has already been appropriated go to Haiti. $40 million available. Not enough, but more than they would have and would be of help to some. $40 million. 2 people out of 435 plus 100 in the Senate are holding up this money that could go to Haiti and help the Haitian people. If you truly believe that injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere, release the $40 million. Release the money to Haiti. There can be any number of reasons why you would hold the money, but in my opinion, what's happening in Haiti, as I have explained it, would justify releasing the money. Release the money so that Haiti can get some of the help that it needs. Voltaire reminded us that those who can make you believe absurdities can make you commit atrocities. It is an absurdity to believe that holding on to this $40 million is somehow going to benefit us and the people in Haiti. $40 million ought to be released. It is an absurdity to think that holding on to this $40 million is somehow going to improve conditions in Haiti. I don't believe anyone believes that. But I also would hope that no one believes that holding on to the $40 million is more important than helping those persons who are suffering in Haiti. We ought to release this $40 million. It is an absurdity to hold on to this money. And those who can cause you to believe absurdities can cause you to commit atrocities. So in truth, our fingerprints now, our fingerprints are on some of what is happening in Haiti because we could prevent some of what is happening in Haiti with the funds that have already been allocated, but because we refuse to send the $40 million, people are going to suffer. Not enough money is the $40 million, but it's more than they have, and it can alleviate some of the suffering that's taking place. So I rise on this mission of mercy with an appeal to the two people who, but with their signatures, could release $40 million to suffering people. Use that pen to make a difference. Take your hand, grab that pen, and release that $40 million to the Haitians who can benefit from it. I thank you for the time, Mr. Speaker, and I believe that injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere, and we have a threat that is imminent and can, unfortunately, take its place across the Gulf and find its home here in this country. Injustice does not stay within the confines of any one border if it persists long enough. It's time for us to help the people in Haiti and release the $40 million. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9, 2023, the Chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Kiley, for 30 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, COVID-era school shutdowns were the most consequential political failure of at least the 21st century. And we are finally starting to see some recognition of that. Yet we still have not fully reckoned with the sheer breadth and scale of the harm that was done to so many people and to our entire country. We haven't had nearly the level of accountability for those who were responsible for these decisions. And we certainly haven't seen the fundamental change to public education in this country that what happened ought to have catalyzed. But at least we are starting to see some recognition of the harm that was done and the mistakes that were made. Here's an article from the New York Times. What the data says about pandemic school closures 4 years later. The more time students spent in remote instruction, the further they fell behind, and experts say extended closures did little to stop the spread of COVID. I'd like to read a few excerpts from this article. Some schools, it says, often in Republican-led states, reopened by fall 2020. Others, typically in large cities and states led by Democrats, would not fully reopen for another year. A variety of data about children's academic outcomes and about the spread of COVID-19 has accumulated in the time since. Today, there is broad acknowledgement among many public health and education experts that extended school closures did not significantly stop the spread of COVID, while the academic harms for children have been large and long-lasting. Dr. Sean O'Leary, a pediatric infectious disease specialist who worked with the American Academy of Pediatrics, says there's fairly good consensus that in general, as a society, we probably kept kids out of school longer than we should have. The article continues, a growing body of research shows that pandemic school closures came at a steep cost to children. At the state level, more time spent in remote or hybrid instruction in the 2021 school year was associated with larger drops in test scores, according to a New York Times analysis of school closure data and results from the National Assessment of Educational Progress. At the school district level, that finding also holds, according to analysis of test scores from 3rd through 8th grade in thousands of U.S. districts, led by researchers at Stanford and Harvard. At districts where students spent most of the 2021 school year learning remotely, they fell more than half a grade behind in math on average, while in districts that spent most of the year in person, they lost just over a third of a grade. The article continues, that the larger gaps that remain are among students that lost the most ground to begin with. Students in districts that were remote or hybrid the longest, at least 90% of the 2021 school year, still had almost double the ground to make up compared with students in districts that allowed students back for most of the year. As districts shifted towards in-person learning as the year went on, students that were offered a hybrid schedule did better on average than those in places where school was fully remote, but worse than those in places that had school fully in person. In particular, young people in low-income communities suffered the most. The Times notes that the combination, poverty and remote learning, was particularly harmful. For each week spent remote, students in poor districts experienced steeper losses in math than peers in richer districts. The article continues, other things were also associated with worse student outcomes, including increased anxiety and depression among adults in children's lives and the overall restriction of social activity in a community, according to the Stanford and Harvard research. Finally, the article notes that closing schools did not appear to significantly slow COVID's spread. By the fall of 2020, when there were initial signs that children were less likely to become seriously ill and growing evidence from Europe and parts of the United States that opening schools with safety measures did not lead to significantly more transmission. That was clear in the fall of 2020, at the time that so many schools remained closed. Dr. Gene Noble, who directed the COVID response at the UCSF Emergency Department, University of San Francisco, said that infectious disease leaders have generally agreed that school closures were not an important strategy in stemming the spread of COVID. In addition to the Times acknowledgement here, you also have a new study out of Stanford's Hoover Institute that shows that because of the reduction in lifetime earning potential for students because of the learning loss they experienced, it is going to have a truly staggering economic impact on our country. The study finds that our nation will lose some $31 trillion, trillion with a T, 31 trillion during the 21st century because of this catastrophic policy. Now, while this Times article is collecting data 4 years later, this was all very clear at the time, from nearly the beginning of the pandemic. I said so myself when our governor, Gavin Newsom, in early July of 2020, ordered California schools to be closed for the coming school year. I released a statement saying today's decision elevates the appearance of safety over actual student safety. A growing body of evidence suggests school closures do little to flatten the epidemic curve while they are a calamity for kids. And I certainly was not alone in saying so. On June 29th of 2020, the American Academy of Pediatrics, quote, said that strongly all policy considerations for the coming school year should start with a goal of having students physically present in school. I did a survey of my district at the time. This is June, July of 2020, heading into the 2021 school year. 6,028 people responded, and over 80% said they wanted an in-person learning option to start the school year. And yet our governor, like many others, did not abide by their wishes. He shut down schools across the state. But tellingly, he sent his own children to in-person private school at the exact same time that he was expelling millions of less fortunate kids from California public schools. That tells you everything you need to know about the fact that he knew that his policy was the wrong thing to do. And while California was the very worst state in the country, dead last out of all 50 states in getting kids back to school, many states in this country reopened their schools far too slowly. Although many did, in fact, open for the fall of 2020, and their children experienced very little learning loss. And that is further evidence of what the data made very clear at that time. Now, the Biden administration, for its part, was complicit in all of this. The administration, for example, had all of the wrong priorities, going after the governors who refused to do child mask mandates rather than criticizing the governors who refused to open schools. The Education Department even sued, the Biden administration even sued states that opted not to do child mask mandates. Mandates, by the way, that flew in the face of all available evidence and ran directly against what the WHO recommended in some cases and our counterparts in Europe. The administration sued governors for refusing to enforce child mask mandates and yet would not criticize governors who refused to open schools. I asked the Secretary of Education about this myself at a hearing last year. I said, did you ever criticize Gavin Newsom or governors like him for refusing to open schools? Did you ever encourage them to open schools? And he could not give me a single example of when he did so. So the blame for this disastrous set of policy decisions lies first and foremost with the state leaders who made them. But the Biden administration was very much complicit in something that is going to be with our country, the harms of which are going to be with our country for a very long time. And so why is it important to still focus on this, now that we're through the pandemic and kids are back in school? In one infamous article in The Atlantic, the writer proposed that we have a pandemic amnesty, and we just forget everything that happened, and we avoid revisiting the mistakes that were made. But I think that is exactly the wrong thing to do, for a few reasons. The first is that it's an insult to the millions and millions of kids across this country who have suffered so much, who suffered dramatic learning loss, whose learning and lives and careers are now going to be held back, who suffered from a mental health perspective, from a social development perspective, who weren't able to play youth sports, who suffered so many other things because of what political leaders, people in power, knew to be the wrong decision. What's more is this harm is still ongoing. The harm that kids suffered, the learning loss that they suffered, they have not regained the ground that was lost. And frankly, we have not done nearly enough to try to provide the support that is needed to help students regain those losses more quickly. But finally, what happened during the COVID era provided a window into the broader failures in public education in many parts of this country. California, for example, even before COVID, ranked last out of the 48 states, second in the continental US, second to last out of all 50 states when it came to education outcomes in low-income communities. And then, lo and behold, California also had the worst COVID policies with the longest school shutdown. And so these both facts derive from the same underlying cause, which is that our public education system simply is not about the kids. We see that right now in the ongoing attacks on charter schools, where this administration has tried to cut grants for charter schools, where California has made it much more difficult to open and to replicate high-performing charter schools, and where just last week, the second largest school district in the country, the Los Angeles Unified School District, voted to restrict the operation of charter schools in what is largely a failing district. So, Mr. Speaker, I think we have a long way to go to fully come to terms with what happened in education during the COVID era in this country and certainly a long way to go to make the necessary reforms to assure that every child in this country gets the education they deserve. But at least the acknowledgement we see here is a start. Mr. Speaker, I would like to take a moment to recognize a truly remarkable veteran and community member in my district, Mr. Shigeru Oshii, for his 100-year milestone birthday. On February 26th, in Folsom, California, Mr. Oshii celebrated a century's worth of life experiences and history, which included many notable events and personal accomplishments, as well as much adversity and hardship. Mr. Oshii was born in 1924 and was raised in East Los Angeles, where he experienced the economic downturn of the Great Depression. Less than 2 months before he was to graduate high school, World War II commenced and was underway. After the attack on Pearl Harbor, Mr. Oshii and his family were ordered to an internment camp in Inyo County due to their Japanese ancestry. After being released from the internment camp 1 month after his 19th birthday, this was in 1943, he went on to pursue higher education at Macalester College in Minnesota. He was able to complete 1 year at the college before being drafted by the U.S. Army. Now, despite the challenge of living through incarceration in an internment camp, Mr. Oshii recalls being eager to show his loyalty to the United States by serving in our military. As part of his service, he graduated from the Military Intelligence Service Language School and was deployed to Hiroshima, where his family originated, to support his fellow soldiers and assist in post-war efforts. Following his service in World War II, he completed his degree, and then in the spring, the graduate record exam was administered nationally for the first time, and he received a perfect score in math. This score, in addition to his excellent academic record, earned him a full scholarship to MIT for graduate school, where he graduated at the top of his class in 1951. Throughout his life, Mr. Oshii has continually exhibited the qualities of determination, resilience, and perseverance. And he's known by all who know him for his devotion to his family, community, and country. I had the privilege of meeting Mr. Oshii at his 100-year birthday celebration. It was truly a wonderful experience. He is such an inspiration, and I am honored to represent exemplary individuals like him in the U.S. House. He embodies the American spirit of patriotism and is an inspiration to our entire community. Therefore, on behalf of California's 3rd Congressional District and the United States House of Representatives, I'm honored to recognize Mr. Shigeru Oshii for his centennial birthday and wish to express our nation's gratitude for his heroic and invaluable service. Mr. Speaker, I wish to recognize the retiring town manager for the town of Mammoth Lakes, Daniel C. Haller, for his years of service to the Mammoth Lakes community. Mr. Haller has served the people of Mammoth Lakes for more than a decade with an overall career in public service of over 36 years. Mr. Haller began his government career in 1987. Throughout his career, he worked for many different municipalities, including the city of Glendora, the city of West Covina, Douglas County in Nevada, and lastly, the town of Mammoth Lakes. During Mr. Haller's tenure as Mammoth Lakes town manager, he successfully managed the town's budget and 106 full-time employees, assumed a leadership role in 4 disaster declarations, including extreme weather events and COVID-19, promoted housing projects and programs, invested in parks and recreation amenities, improved recycling programs, and enhanced overall services in the town of Mammoth Lakes. Mr. Haller achieved a wide diversity of accomplishments to improve the quality of life and experiences for residents, businesses, and visitors of Mammoth Lakes. One particularly noteworthy accomplishment was his leadership in the development, funding, and partnerships supporting a new community recreation center, home of the LA Kings Ice at Mammoth Lakes and the Mammoth Rec Zone. It is because of the commitment of people like Mr. Haller that Mammoth Lakes is such a great place to live, work, and raise a family. And I personally saw how effective he was when Mammoth was hit by really unprecedented extreme weather and storms last year. And the task of clearing the streets, making them drivable, and the million other challenges that this weather presented were incredibly difficult to deal with, and yet he managed them ably. The snow was cleared from the streets in time. You wouldn't even be able to believe how quickly he was able to do that, and his entire team, and it tells you a lot about the caliber of his leadership. I'm confident that the legacy he built of hard work, resilience, vision, and service will continue in the town of Mammoth Lakes for many years to come. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to take a moment to recognize U.S. Army Sergeant Maciel Hay, who recently made history as the first woman on active duty to graduate from the United States Army's sniper course. Sergeant Hay grew up shooting guns on her family's ranches in California and Oregon, with the ability to quickly find targets, earning her the nickname Sniper. However, her interest and motivation in becoming a sniper didn't begin until she attended a local community college in my district, Sierra College. Defying odds, she completed basic training while qualifying as an expert with the M4 assault rifle, and then went on to graduate from airborne school. To attend sniper school, Sergeant Hay went through a scrupulous selection process, meeting numerous mental and physical requirements, demanding exceptional marksmanship skills and a high level of fitness, discipline, and concentration. Once at school, her skills in marksmanship, the art of stalking and concealment, observation and intelligence gathering, survival skills and land navigation, and urban sniper operations were tested and developed. Through determination, resilience, and sacrifice, Sergeant Hay successfully completed the training, living up to her childhood nickname and becoming the first female active duty Army sniper. I commend Sergeant Hay for her incredible capabilities, motivation, drive, and teamwork skills, and I am confident that her achievement will inspire many others towards their goals. On behalf of California's 3rd Congressional District and the United States House of Representatives, I am honored to recognize Sergeant Hay for this historic accomplishment and wish to express gratitude for her heroic and invaluable service to our country. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to take a moment to recognize the outgoing COO of the Folsom Chamber of Commerce, Sherry Merrick. Before working with the local small business community, Sherry started her career in the dental industry as an office manager and bookkeeper. In that position, her passion for the dental industry grew, inspiring her to expand her education in the dental field. She went on to attain over 19 years of managing experience and in teaching whole body health education with a focus on the connection between the mouth and the rest of the body. Through innovative marketing approaches and educational tools, she helped many dental offices thrive in a down economy. From there, she established her own consulting and community engagement company and worked closely with the Folsom Chamber of Commerce. In 2020, in the midst of the COVID-19 pandemic, she took up her passion for small business full-time by joining the Folsom Chamber of Commerce team. During that time, she played an instrumental role towards helping many organizations face and overcome the challenges surrounding the pandemic. For almost 7 years as a whole, Sherry devoted her time and talents to Folsom businesses. Through my own experience working with Sherry, I can attest to the ambition and enthusiasm with which she performed her role, and I would like to commend her for the lasting contributions she's made towards promoting the business environment, economic vitality, and quality of life in Folsom. It is because of remarkable people like Sherry Merrick that Folsom is such a great place to live, to work, and to raise a family. And while she will be greatly missed in Folsom, I am confident that her breadth of knowledge, experiences, and abilities have uniquely positioned her for her new role as the executive director of the Citrus Heights Chamber of Commerce that she'll continue to have and that she'll continue to make a very positive impact. On behalf of the United States House of Representatives, I am honored to recognize Sherry Merrick for her hard work and dedication to the Folsom business community and wish her the best of luck in her new role. Mr. Speaker, I would like to applaud the House Education and the Workforce Committee's passage yesterday of my resolution under the Congressional Review Act to nullify the Biden administration's new independent contractor rule. The resolution passed the committee yesterday. It now has over 60 co-sponsors, and has a companion measure led by Senator Cassidy in the Senate. The Biden administration's rule is one of the most harmful regulations that we have ever seen issued in this country. It is explicitly modeled on California's disastrous law known as AB 5, which has cost people their livelihoods in over 600 professions and led to heartbreaking story after heartbreaking story of people who lost their careers, who lost everything. A recent study out of George Mason shows that AB 5 in California led to a 10.4% decline in self-employment and a 4.5% decline in overall employment. And now the Biden administration is threatening to do the same damage to our entire country. Tens of millions of freelancers and independent contractors will be affected by this new rule. Just to take one example, there are hundreds of thousands of truckers who could be taken off the road, throwing our supply chains into chaos. It is by no means an exaggeration to say that the livelihoods of millions of Americans are now at risk. The administration's new rule, which not even the administrator of the Wage and Hour Division could give us any answers as to how it will be applied at a recent hearing that I convened of my subcommittee, it's so overreaching that it's already prompted 4 separate lawsuits on procedural grounds, on statutory grounds, on constitutional grounds. To add insult to injury, the administration has, of all people, brought in to enforce it Julie Su, who was the labor secretary in California, and in that role was the architect of AB 5, and ruthlessly enforced it to such devastating effect. Ms. Su remains unconfirmed. For over a year, she has been in an acting capacity, and the Senate returned her nomination to the president last year amid bipartisan opposition, and yet the administration has kept her in that role. Apparently, one of the main reasons being so that she could enforce it in the exact same damaging way that AB 5 was enforced in California. Now, of course, I am continuing to call on President Biden to do the right thing, to withdraw Ms. Su's failed nomination and to withdraw this disastrous new independent contractor rule. But barring that, Ms. Su should at the very least, and President Biden, put the rule on hold, suspend it until the ongoing litigation's outcome is clear. The business community and millions of workers across this country will otherwise be in a state of great and highly damaging uncertainty. In the meantime, I will continue to build support and work with folks on both sides of the aisle to pass this resolution under the Congressional Review Act so that we can spare millions of American workers from the same fate that folks have suffered in California and to protect the right to urban living in this country. Thank you, and I yield back.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9, 2023, the Chair recognizes the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Ocasio-Cortez, for 30 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I know a man, a decent man, who said that preventing genocide is an achievable goal, a goal that requires a level of government organization and engagement that matches in its intensity the brutality and efficiency required to carry out mass killing. Too often, these efforts have come too late, after the best and least costly opportunities to prevent them have been missed. The man that said that was then Vice President and now President Joseph Biden. And he was right. Mr. Speaker, I rise to say that such a time is now. As we speak, in this moment, 1.1 million innocents in Gaza are at famine's door. A famine that is being intentionally precipitated through the blocking of food and global humanitarian assistance by leaders in the Israeli government. This is a mass starvation of people, engineered and orchestrated, following the killing of another 30,000, 70% of whom were women and children killed. There is hardly a single hospital left. And this was all accomplished, much of this accomplished, with U.S. resources and weapons. If you want to know what an unfolding genocide looks like, open your eyes. It looks like the forced famine of 1.1 million innocents. It looks like thousands of children eating grass as their bodies consume themselves while trucks of food are slowed and halted just miles away. It looks like good and decent people who do nothing, or too little, too late. It is against United States law to provide weapons to forces who block United States humanitarian assistance. And that is exactly what is happening right now. So much so that the president himself stated during the State of the Union that the United States must and will be building its own port to let aid through. It will be too late. The time is now to force compliance with U.S. law and the standards of humanity, and fulfill our obligations to the American people to suspend the transfer of U.S. weapons to the Israeli government in order to stop and prevent further atrocity. Honoring our alliances does not mean facilitating mass killing. We cannot hide from our responsibility any longer. Blocking assistance from one's closest allies to starve 1 million people is not unintentional. We have a responsibility to prove the value of global democracy, enshrined in the upholding of civil society, rule of law, and commitment to human and civil rights. This is not just about Israel or Gaza. This is about us. The world will never be the same, and we will never be the same. And we must write our story in this moment of what it means and who we are as Americans. And our story must be not that we were good men who did nothing, but that we were a committed democracy that did something. And we must prove that now. With that, I yield back. Thank you.
Gentlewoman yields back. Those are a good amount of time. Pursuant to Section 3Z of the House Resolution 5, the House stands adjourned until 9 a.m. on Tuesday, March 26, 2024.
Thanks, sir.